It's 7:01. I'm going to start to read the script. In accordance with the requirements of the open meeting law, well, let me turn on my video. In accordance with the requirements of the open meeting law, please be advised this meeting is being recorded and available for viewing over the Lunenburg Public Access YouTube channel. The town of Lunenburg, in response to COVID-19, is holding all meetings remotely. This meeting will be able to be found on the YouTube access channel within 24 hours after the meeting. To participate remotely on Zoom, members of the public may use cell phones, tablets, or computers with audio and video capabilities. The Zoom meeting ID is 826-6481-6250. No participant ID is needed. Just press pound when asked. All participants who are not members of the commission or staff will be muted by the chair. Computers and app users may use the raise hand feature to request to speak. Depending upon the your version of Zoom, there may either be a raise hand. Whoop, I got to admit some people here. There either may be a raise hand button at the bottom of the participant list, or you may have a reactions panel, and if you go to the reactions panel, there may be a raise hand button in the reactions panel. Go back to the script. Telephone audio users may dial *9 to request a speaker after joining the meeting. Members of the public must give their name and address before they begin speaking. Please direct all comments to the chair. If you have trouble accessing Zoom or have general questions, you can send an email to lcc@lunenburg.online during the meeting. Emails containing questions or comments that are to be read aloud at the meeting must be signed with full name, address, and phone number. Please be aware if you're using video, other people will be able to see you, and anything that is being broadcast will be recorded. The agenda lists all topics which may be discussed at the meeting and those reasonably anticipated by the chair. Votes may be taken as a result of these discussions. Not all items listed may be in fact be discussed, and other items not listed may also be brought up for discussion to the extent permitted by open meeting law. Each vote taken in this meeting will be conducted by roll call vote. And so we'll start by making sure everyone can hear me and is present. I'm Bob Pease, I'm the chair. Ken Jones.
I am present.
Rich Birsch. Is Rich here?
I think he is.
Yeah, he's muted. He's raising his hand.
He's raising his hand. He needs to be unmuted.
Let me find him. He must be raising his hand on the screen because he's not. Oh, here he is. All right. I'm asking Rich to unmute.
I am present, Bob.
Thank you so much, Richard. Katie Childs.
Here.
Carl Luck. Carl Luck.
Here.
Thank you, Carl. Where are you,
I'm here.
Carl? Where are you,
I'm in the
Carl?
camper.
Oh,
I'm in the camper.
Jack Rabbit.
Calling from the camper. Here.
Jeff Viviano.
He's muted too.
Let me find Jeff if I can. Oh, I found him. Ask to unmute. Jeff Viviano, can you speak now, Jeff? I have not, Jeff, we still can't hear you. You're showing up on the screen as not being muted, but can you say something else? Maybe we can.
Technical difficulties.
Connecting to audio. We're making progress.
There he is.
Can you hear me now, Jeff?
Oh, still can't hear him.
Jeff, we're still having technical difficulties. Mike LaRouche. Can you, oh, Mike, I'm gonna unmute you. I can find you in the list. Oh, I found you. Mike, I just asked you to unmute.
I am here.
Thank you, Mike. Let's try Jeffrey again. Jeff, maybe you should try logging out and logging in again, because you're shown as being unmuted, but we can't hear you. Can you do something in the chat?
Looks like he may have left to come back.
All right, I'm readmitting Jeff. Let's see if I can find him and unmute him. I just saw him there.
Bob, can you hear that?
Yes.
There's a
Yeah.
guy next door. I'll mute myself, but I don't know if I'll be able to get back.
Hey, Bob, I'm here now. I think I got the
Excellent. Thank you.
microphone
Thank you.
figured out.
Thank you, Jeff.
Yep. All right. Sorry about that. The
That's-
microphone wasn't working.
It happens to me too. So first, we're going to start with public comment. Are there any public comment from the commissioners? If
No.
so,
Yes,
please raise your
Bob.
hand. Richard Birch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. After our meeting of March 3rd, a personal attack and threat to my business was posted on the Lunenburg Public Access YouTube channel. In these comments was also posted the web link to my business page and specifically to the employee page. While everyone has a right to the freedom of speech, these comments were simply made to intimidate me from voicing my opinion in the current land use discussions. Furthermore, at town meeting, without stating a name, this person attacked the morals, motives, and character of business owners and retirees that volunteer to serve on the commission. I speak for myself as a business owner and lifelong resident in town. I have chosen to live my life, invest in, and grow my businesses in Lunenburg, something I have never regretted. I work hard, volunteer my time, and donate from my businesses whenever asked to make Lunenburg better for all. Given all of this, I still have but one voice and one vote, the same as every other resident in Lunenburg. Comments such as these have no place in public debate. Regardless of your position in the public debate, we should all stop and denounce intimidating and hateful comments as unhelpful and comments that will not be tolerated. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Carl Luck.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I'm a little concerned. I watched the meeting from the 21st, April 21st, and I was concerned about the references to my availability. Primarily, the concern is that people that may have been listening might get the impression that I don't care, and that couldn't be farther from the truth. I had given both the chair and our administrator advance notice that I was going to miss the meeting of the 21st. I think probably 5 days notice so that they could let whoever needed to know. And I gave no indication in that communication that there was any reason to believe that I would miss any other meetings. So when it was stated on to the public over the public air that I was not going to be home until July, which is simply not true. I have no idea who came up with that out of the world comment, but it certainly was, it was not correct, and it was not appropriate to be made on TV, because if it was true, that would be pretty interesting information to people who are interested in doing bad things. So I I am available. The fact that my phone is always busy couldn't be farther from the truth. The fact is I seldom have my phone on me, which is why when Jack Rabbit calls, he leaves a message and I call him right back. I have no record of missing any calls from any of the numbers of the chair. So perhaps Bob, we need to give you my correct contact information. But again, I think a lot of that was inappropriate, and I want to let the public know that I knew I was going to miss that meeting. I let everyone know, and there's no reason to believe I have no plans to miss any meetings in the future. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Carl. Are there any other comments from commissioners? Are there any comments from members of the public? If so, please raise your hand.
Mr. Chair, Phyllis would like to make a public comment, and I'll put my hand down. if I
Okay,
can. How do I do that? Lower hand.
Ready for me?
I'm ready. Go ahead.
All right. I am speaking to the commissioners concerning the proposed regulation changes to allow additional hunting on Lunenburg conservation properties and allow firearm possession on all Lunenburg conservation properties. After watching town meeting, I and others are confused by the actions and words of the chair. I heard him say he introduced the regulation update to make it even clearer that hunting is not allowed on Lunenburg conservation lands. However, he voted for the changes to allow hunting and firearm carry at the April meeting. Huh? The community deserves an explanation for these contradictory words and actions. I also heard the chair call the residents who oppose these changes bullies. I do believe there's bullying going on, but I don't think it's from us. And that the chair stated that if we didn't like the actions of the LCC, we should get a bylaw passed. Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's very likely, based on the outcome of this town meeting, that such a bylaw reinstating the earlier regs would easily pass. I'd also like to thank Matt Morrow for sharing the recent Boston Globe article, which pointed out that hunting in Mass has been on the decline since the 1980s. So now less than 1% of Mass residents have hunting licenses. Yet, since 1996, Mass Fish and Wildlife acreage allowing hunting has tripled to 250,000 acres. The article further declared a move to change Mass state regulations to allow hunting on Sundays, the use of crossbows, and reduce the buffer zone around homes. So hunters could have more time, more space, and weapon choices. If a goal of the LCC is to increase hunting availability, Fish and Wildlife has already taken care of that for you. I've also heard a lot in these discussions about rights. What about the rights of citizens to enjoy conservation land without the fear of encountering hunters and folks carrying firearms? These regulation changes would close the gates of all Lunenburg conservation lands to these folks. What about the rights of residents who purchased homes abutting conservation land, who had no forewarning that they would be subjected to the sound of gunfire and hunters trespassing on their property, as we learned of many examples at town meeting? What about the rights of residents like myself, who enthusiastically supported the purchase of conservation lands at town meeting, where never was a whisper that such lands could be hunted? The LCC should find another parcel, bring it to town meeting with this, while stating that hunting would be allowed. That would be the right way to increase hunting. I really sincerely that the commissioners will listen to the many Lunenburg residents who've spoken out against this move, to the articulate residents who clearly stated why they oppose these changes in letters to the LCC, running 6-1 against last time I checked, to the 110 residents who endorsed the warrant article asking that the regs now in place remain in place. To the 70 citizens who voted to support that warrant article at town meeting, commissioners, you know how Lunenburg feels about these changes. I implore you to do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Then we'll go to our first appointment.
Bob, it looks like you got one more hand up on the
Oh.
screen.
Oh, let's go. Chris Martins. I'm gonna ask you to unmute, Chris. Go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon, good evening, I guess. Can you guys all hear me?
Yep.
Okay, 981 Northfield Road. I'd like to make a statement now regarding this issue on the hunting. Couple,
And Chris, I'll allow that, but you know, in fairness, but I would hope that we don't try to have another public hearing tonight on the hunting issue. That's just a general comment. It's not directed at you. But please proceed, Chris. Go right ahead.
okay. Well, I just want to rebut what was just said. So just a couple misconceptions, Chair. Crossbow hunting is allowed in Massachusetts. It's not something that's new. So that's saying that, you know, allowing crossbow hunting is something, no, it's not. It's already allowed in Massachusetts. The buffer zone that they're going to decrease, according to the article sent out by Mr. Morrow, is only for bow hunting. Bows can't go very far anyway, so reducing the buffer zone a little bit around houses is not an effect of a firearm issue. And for all these people who are saying that they're afraid to go in the woods when people are out there hunting and using firearms, I once again go back to the point that many, many people walk in hunting hills, which is already allowed to do hunting with firearms, and there doesn't seem to be an issue there. So I will now leave the floor and let you guys get on with your meeting. I just wanted to make a couple of those points clear on a rebuttal. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any other comments from the public? Then we're going to go to our minutes of previous meetings. Have people had an opportunity to review the minutes, and does anyone care to make a motion?
I would make a motion, Mr. Chairman, that we approve the minutes of March 3rd.
March 3rd, do we have a second?
Second.
All right, a motion and seconded. All those in favor, Ken Jones,
Aye.
Rich Birsch,
I think he's muted again.
let me see if I can find him.
Jack's muted too.
Oh, boy. Can you guys raise your hand so you pop up to the top of the list, please? We got 34 participants. Thank you, Jack. Thank you, Rich.
Yep, Dave made stuff. Dave really did make the stuff covered. And you made.
Hi, Bob.
She's calling you.
Thank you. Katie Childs,
Aye.
Carl Luck. Carl Luck.
Carl, look, I abstain. I have not reviewed them.
Okay, Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
Jeff Viviano,
Aye.
and I for myself. Do we have any other motions about minutes?
There's a second one, is there?
Yeah, April 7th. I would make a motion, we approve the minutes of April 7th.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second,
All right, we have several seconds. Roll call vote. Ken Jones,
Aye.
Rich Birsch,
Says he's offline now.
whoops. Well, we'll come back. Katie Childs,
Aye.
Carl Luck. I bet he's gonna abstain.
Yes.
Thank you, Carl. Jack Rabbit
uh,
and Jeff Viviano,
Aye.
and I for myself. I'm gonna ask Rich to unmute again. I'm gonna lower all these hands. Matt, did you have something you wanted to say?
No, I just wanted to unmute, that's all.
Thank you so much. Can you lower your hand? Rich, are you
Sorry, I
back
was just
online
stretching.
Yeah,
All
Bob, I
right, then
did
we'll go to
try
our-
a few times below the hands, but it didn't work.
I asked Rich to unmute, but he still shows offline. Gotta love technology.
I just sent him a message, Mr. Chair, just to see what's going on.
Thanks. For our first appointment tonight is a meeting session with talent bank candidates. There are two people on the commission whose terms are expiring. And we have, and one of them is looking, has requested reappointment. We also have three other people who have submitted talent bank forms that were brought to my attention. I asked them to come tonight because the first question that Chairman Alonso always asks is, you know, have you been to a meeting? Have you talked to the commission? And so I asked them to come so they can introduce themselves. And so I'm going to start with Patty Adams. I'm going to ask her to unmute.
Hello.
Hi, Patty. Can you just introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about yourself and why you'd like to be on the commission?
Yes. Hi, Bob, and hi to the commission. I've had the pleasure of meeting some of you. My name is Patty Adams. I've lived in Lunenburg for approximately 15 years here on Hickory Hills Lake. And I reached out to the commission about a year ago, I think it was, and to get some trees cut down. And it wasn't the smoothest of process. You guys did work with me and there was some mistakes made. And so I started becoming involved in watching over the last year. I don't go onto the YouTube and speak, so you can't see me on it, but I watch it on television and that, and I'm getting interested in it. And I thought that I would be interested in sitting on a seat because of my background. I work as a human rights officer at a hospital and as a risk manager. And so I am involved with dealing with the public, and I handle all of complaints and grievances at the hospital in addition to my duties. So I felt that I could bring something to the table as far as, you know, the human rights officer concerned is to, when I deal with complaints maybe coming through the commission or help the residents reaching out for the first time, to make the process a little bit smoother. And I would like to see it being used more as acting as a resource to help them accomplish their goals, work with them to say, you know, what is it that you've done and this is what we can allow you to do, but like work together to accomplish their goals. And that's really about it in a nutshell.
Yeah, I'd remind the commissioners that this is not an interview. We don't make the decision, the selectmen do, but I'd be happy to, does anyone have any questions for Patty? Jack Rabbit.
Hey, Patty, you also indicated an interest in the stormwater?
No.
No, that wasn't yourself? I'm sorry then, never mind.
No.
I thought it was you. Okay, never mind.
Okay.
Excuse me,
I don't
Mr.
have-
Chair.
Yep.
I apologize for the interruption. I just wanted to inform you that Commissioner Bursch has noted he is having technical difficulties. He is working to get back online to participate. And as soon as he does, he'll let you know he's back.
All right, thank you so much.
Any other questions?
Thank you so much, Patty.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to go to our associate member, Mike LaRouche.
Yes, hey, good evening, everyone. I've been participating as an associate commissioner for, I want to say, maybe 4 to 6 months now, and I am very excited to be part of this commission, and there's a lot of work to be done. I admire all of my colleagues who do the work that they do to make this possible, meeting with Lunenburg residents and trying to get their projects together within the guidelines of the wetlands regulations. And I find that to be an admirable thing to do as a Lunenburg resident. I am retired, so I have time to give to this commission, other than time that I like to spend with my grandchildren and doing fun things like bike ride, like our chairman often does, and hiking the trails in our Lunenburg lands, and take courses through Fitchburg State University as on their through their Alpha program. Some people may know when I was younger, I did hike the Appalachian Trail from its entirety, from Georgia to Maine. So I'm sort of much interested in preserving the outdoors as much as possible. And for that, I think I'm possibly a good candidate for to be a conservation commissioner. So that's why I'm here, and I look forward to any task that the commission thinks I can do to help the town, and I'm glad to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Does anybody have any comments or questions for Mike?
Hey, Mike, how old were you when you started the hike?
I was 24 years.
And you just finished? That was
Just
a long
finished.
hike.
Well, you know what they say, the last one up the mountain wins. So
That was a long hike, Mike. Good job.
Long hike. No, I was actually 24, so it's kind of a lifetime ago, but it kind of formed who I was going to be for the rest of my life. So I'd like to think that it was beneficial.
Actually, it's pretty cool. I'm kind of envious. I do a lot of obviously hiking in the line of my work. That's really a cool thing.
Thank you.
Jack Abbott.
Abbott, is that what it says?
Yep.
Oh, okay, I'm the Abbott today. Michael, thank you so much. I'm interested to understand what you've learned. You've been out on as many Saturday mornings as the rest of us have. And what did you walk away with? What was your impressions, overall impressions? When you go there, what do you start to look for now? And you do know that it's a ton of hours in this whole thing. Are you really ready?
I do know that all of you have all kind of memorized all these rules and regs in your head, and you're able to pick out without too much effort what's too close to the wetland, what the buffer zones, and the impact of what a specific project may do to a wetland. And so I'm very much in awe of all of you who know so much, and I'm just wanting to learn as much as I can by watching you all while you do your work. So for that, I am grateful, and eventually I will get to be able to participate more in seeing things that you already see. But it's going to take me some time, but I'm certainly willing to put the work in.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
All right.
If there's nothing else, I'd like to move on to Steve Marsden.
Thank you, Bob. My name, as it says, Steve Marsden. I've been Lunenburg resident for over 30 years. I'm a practicing professional engineer, civil engineer. I've submitted numerous times over those 30 years to the Conservation Commission. The regulations and as such, both Lunenburg and state regulations, I file with on a weekly and a daily basis in Lunenburg and other towns. I was one of the reviewing engineers for the planning board for a number of years. My work now is taking me more in a commercial aspect, so I have a little bit more time, and I wouldn't be as in front of the commission on a professional basis. So I thought it was about time that I stepped back in and tried to participate again with Lunenburg and help out with the administration and help the town continue to be a friendly place to live, apply, build, and live.
Speaking for myself, it'd be nice to have an engineer on the commission. We had an engineer before, and he's now a member of the Board of Selectmen. Are there any questions or comments people have for Steve? Or Steve, you have something more to say?
No, just that was what my hope was, that being somebody who's familiar with the regulations, I could add that so that I would be able to participate in a meaningful fashion immediately, because I do apply in front of you and other boards, other commissions on a regular basis. So I am familiar with that and look forward to helping out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If there's no other comments or questions, we'll move on to our first public hearing. Thank you,
Mr.
Steve.
Chairman, just a quick one. Mr.
Thank
Chairman. Just a quick, hey, you mentioned there's 2 members that are up, and who are the 2 members?
The 2 members are Carl Luck and Ken Jones.
Oh,
You know,
Okay.
so there's no white elephant in the room. I am the member that is not seeking reappointment. I don't have a big, long prepared statement, but you know, for a host of reasons, I'm not seeking reappointment. I'll go into that later, but.
Yeah.
So there's no.
Ken,
no
you've been
question.
with us forever, and you took a break and then you came back. Will you
Yep.
come back again? Oh,
I
good
don't
man.
know
Okay.
about that. This might be my,
Ah, come
swan,
on.
my swan song.
Ugh.
All right. Matt, any update on Rich Birch's status?
No, nothing yet.
All right. He still shows us offline. Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 as amended, in the Town of Lunenburg Wetlands Protection Bylaw, Protection and Municipal Bylaws, a public hearing on a notice of intent for work at 110 Sunset Lane by William Hamel will be held. Work proposed is the replacement of a septic system within 100 feet of a wetland resource area. This is a notice of intent, and I would note that the DEP issued DEP number 208 1218 with no comments. Who is here for the Hamels? Is someone going to raise their hand? Or Matt, do you know who's here for this application?
Doug Smith and Mary Ann DePinto.
Well, why don't I find them and unmute them? Can they raise their hands using Zoom or not? Let me see if I can find them. Oh, I found Mary Ann DePinto. I asked her to unmute.
There, you got me.
All right, now we're looking for
Doug Smith. I
Doug
see him.
Smith. Well, trouble is I have to see him.
He's waving.
Yeah, but that
Oh.
Doug, I just asked you to unmute.
There, unmuted.
All right, let me call up the application for this. This is 110 Sunset, correct?
Yes.
All right, so let's share that screen. Everybody see that
Okay.
at home?
Yep.
Yes,
There's nothing on it.
it should pop up.
Yeah, it's there.
All right, take it away.
Okay, I submitted the application for this. This is Doug's plan. I'll have you note that the actual leach field is outside of the 100-foot buffer zone. The old system, which you'll see wattles around it, the existing leaching pit and the septic tank will be pumped out and destroyed. And because of setbacks from wells and so on, a new proposed well is closer to the lake, trying to keep as much offset to the leach field as possible. And there are wattles around that well as well. And the straw wattles are proposed between the house and the road. There's a driveway that's proposed. So a comment was made that the grades of that driveway be shown, and Doug added those. If anybody has any questions at this point.
Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? I would note that there's really no activity within 50 feet. Most of it's almost 100 feet away.
Right. Oh, except for the well, but
for the well. Any seeing none, any comments or questions from members of the public?
The well, Mr. Chairman, just
Go
real
ahead.
quick. The well is 25 feet from the water line. Is that what we're looking at?
Yes, 25 plus or minus, it shows on the plan.
Is it going to be it's going to be a drilled bedrock well?
Doug?
I think he's muted again.
Oh, come on.
Come on, Doug. See if I can
Go
read.
find him. Now I gotta find him again. Doug, here he is, Doug Smith. I've asked Doug Smith to unmute.
I'm assuming it's a bedrock well.
Doug, are you out? Is Doug unmuted now?
No, he's still muted.
All right, I found him again. Doug, I've asked you to unmute.
There he is.
Yes, it is going to be a bedrock well, a drilled well.
I guess being that close to the lake, is there going to be a pit for the material that comes out?
That's why the wattle's going around it.
Okay.
To protect any kind of the overburden as they drill.
Okay. Do you think the wattles will be sufficient for the amount of material that's going to come out of there?
Yes, if I believe it will. Yes.
Okay. Matt, do you have any input as far as that goes, being that close to the lake?
Well, as Mary Ann noted, that it was placed where it was to maximize the Title V offset.
No, I understand that. I just concerns as far as materials getting outside those wattles and down into the lake.
We do have a standard boiler, condition in our standard boilerplate that would require a sump area to be temporarily constructed to handle any type of debris from the well before it does hit the wattle. So that condition should cover it well.
Okay.
Pardon the pun.
Yep. No, that's my only concern.
Thank you, Ken. Are there any other? Oh, Carl Luck.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, same on the well. Everything else is straightforward. I understand getting as far away, but it doesn't show dimensions. How far is it away from the leach field? And a butter's wells.
Well, you can see the two
It's
radiuses. Carl.
110 feet. I just put my scale ruler on it from the edge of the trench system to the well that's proposed.
And is it limited by abutting wells? Or abutting leach fields?
I don't believe so. I think the other leach fields are far enough away.
So I guess my question is why can't it be moved over even out of that 50-foot?
There was another Board of Health rule to do with that gravel driveway, and right now it's 8 feet from that. And that required a variance also, because it's a road that's public. They had a.
Oh, there's an existing road there.
Yeah, you can see it on the plan.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be 10 feet from the
Right.
boundary line and the road. So there's already a variance for that. And that's why you can see that that proposed well is 8 feet from the edge. So I think it was
Yeah, okay, that it
a
makes sense, but
compromise between the different regs.
I don't have a ruler. Can it not be 100 feet from the leach and be on the what on this drawing would be south side, but I think it's probably actually west side of the gravel, and get it outside get further away from the lake, but still be 100 feet from the leach field?
Yeah, I suppose it could move a little bit in a northern direction. That might be a possibility. This
I mean, if I
plan
just
was
take the-
approved back in 2006 by someone else, and it expired, and I sort of stuck with what had got approved before, thinking Board of Health had seen it, and I believe it had gone through Conservation Commission also. So sort of kept with what had previously been approved with the setbacks, distances, and all that.
Yeah, that's a reasonable starting point, but it's not clear to me that I wish I had a better scale. It looks to me like if you go 100 feet from the corner of the septic, you can get even more than 8 feet away from the gravel drive. In that on the drawing, the sort of far right-hand side. I wish I had a compass that I could see where 100 feet is, but I think it could get even more than 8 feet away from the gravel.
I just put my scale ruler on it again, and by going in a southerly direction, it gets closer and closer to the gravel drive, and going northerly, it didn't seem to help either. And right now it is 110 feet. So, but they don't want it right against the drive either. So that was the whole.
Can you go, using your compass there, can you go 8 feet at least, if not more, to the east of the driveway and beyond the 50 foot in that corner? And get at least the 8 feet that the Board of Health has already said is okay?
What are you driving at, Kyle? What are you trying to achieve here?
Trying to get it further away from the lake.
It's a bedrock well, so
Get it out of the 30
ultimately
foot.
the well itself will not have any impact on the lake once it's drilled. It's the actual process of drilling the well that's at issue. So by creating a sump,
right.
And I would say a second line of wattles would act as a second line of defense from the lake. It's really the construction of it that's the biggest problem, I think. As in terms of if something could go wrong. But then once it's installed.
Did I lose volume?
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. It's not.
Go ahead.
When I said the lake out of the 30 foot.
I must have lost audio.
The 30, he wants it out of the 30.
Trying to get it out of the 30 foot.
So moving it north a little?
Doug, you're still on. You're still live.
Yes, I see one spot that I think would work from what everyone's talking about. You can see that it says 100-foot radius. That's the distance from a neighbor's septic system. And then where it says no build zone, the 100-foot radius, and a little bit
Right.
towards the driveway from the north arrow, there's a spot right in there that could be, the well could be changed, maybe in the order of conditions or something. We can just put that in and have it in that spot. That way it's 30 feet from the lake, at least 8 from the driveway still, and 100 feet from the neighbor system. I do see a spot that I believe will work.
Are you talking over to the right of the 104, 106 spot here?
No, right where it says no build zone, if you just go towards the lake from the letter B below, right in that triangle. Right in that.
Jack, you're live.
Right
I'm
off-
sorry for the interruption, Doug.
8 feet off the gravel drive.
Yeah, right about where your mouse is now would
Yep.
work, right? Anywhere right in there. I think
Yep.
would meet everything everyone's talking about. We're 100 from the neighbor's system, we're over 30 from the lake. And probably at that point, maybe 115 from the septic. So that would be a perfect spot to place it.
Thank you, Doug. Any other questions, Carl?
No, I appreciate Doug's work there.
Thank you, Carl. Jack Rabbit. Well, Jack Rabbit is now in the waiting room. Even though I see him on the screen, I don't know what's going on. Now, let's see if I can find him and unmute him.
Doug, does changing it have any problems with where the water line is into the house?
No, it shouldn't make any difference right now.
Can anyone tell where that's coming from?
Not here.
Not here.
I believe
I think it's Jack. Oh, it might be Jack.
Jack's
He's
muted.
frozen on my screen and he's muted on my screen. So
Oh,
I don't know
okay.
what's
Okay,
going on.
he's unfrozen,
Okay,
so he's
now
moving. You
unfrozen.
might be able to unmute him now.
There we
he
go.
is.
Hear me
Yeah.
now.
Jack, there's something very funky going on with your. Jack, you're killing me here.
God. Someone get
Jack,
the alarm going? I'm gonna kill everything on my phone.
Yeah, shut your phone off.
Everyone is.
Yeah.
I wonder what that's coming from.
Goodness.
Can you hear me?
Try,
Yeah,
Jack,
I hear you.
Jack, try shutting your video off and just run with audio because it uses
Yeah.
up a lot of bandwidth.
Stopping Jack's video.
Okay,
There we go. Now just try to talk.
okay, thank you. It's working now.
Yeah.
Good.
I should stay like that anyway.
So, if I could suggest then that if it can be approved this evening with the plan change as noted at the meeting.
I'd be open to that, but let's hear what Jack Rabbit has to say first, Mary Ann.
Okay, thank you.
Mary, I would love to hear it. I was not able to hear anything just after Carl started proposing that we move the well location further to the right, and I never heard the rest, so I can't really comment. I'm sorry.
So Jack, it was established through Carl's good work that the well could be moved as you're looking at the plan over to the right, and it would be farther from the lake, and still, meet all the health department's criteria.
Awesome. I support that completely.
Jack, did you have an additional question?
No, I didn't. Bob, that was my primary question. Could we move it?
All right, thank you, Jack.
Thank you.
Any other comments or
Sure.
questions? Carl, do you still have a question? Oh, Jeff Viviano.
Yeah, I just have a comment. I was at the site this weekend and the current system has failed, and I think it's important to get it done this week. It is seeping across that gravel driveway. So the sooner we get this done, the better, I believe.
Here, here. Any other comments or questions from commissioners? Any other comments or questions from members of the public? Oh, I got somebody named Matthew in the waiting room. I'm distressed that Rich is not with us. Jeff, are you done? I'm gonna lower your hand.
Yep.
Then I'm looking for a motion to approve this NOI.
Mr. Chairman, I'd
Yeah.
like to make a motion that we approve the plan as amended in the discussion, that the well would be moved out of the 30-foot no touch zone, but still meeting the Board of Health requirements from the gravel drive.
Thank you, Carl. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, motion and second. Ken Jones.
Aye.
I don't think Rich is with us, but I'll try. Rich Birsch. Katie Childs.
Aye.
Carl Luck.
Aye.
Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
Jeff Viviano.
Aye.
And I for myself. On to our next public hearing. Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 as amended in the Town of Lunenburg Wetlands Protection Municipal Bylaws, a public hearing on a request for determination of applicability for work at 435 Towson Harbor Road by Lakeview Landscaping will be held. Work proposes removal of existing stairs, repair stone walls, and relocate new stairs to the beach area within 100 feet of a wetlands resource area. Who is here for this application? Can you please raise your hand? Mark Birsch. I'm going to ask you to unmute, Mark. There we go.
All right, can you hear me, Mr. Chair?
I can. Let me first of all deal with my screen sharing business. First, we'll get rid of this. Look for the right plan. 435 Towson Harbor Road. Let's here we go. All right, let's share the screen. You're looking at the right plan here, Mark?
Yeah, those are the pre-existing conditions,
Yeah,
Mr.
so
Chair.
these are the pre-existing conditions. And then if I scroll down, we have the proposed conditions.
Right, and I also
and-
submitted photos.
And there are photos. Let me see if I can find them. All right, let's see. Oh, another waiting room person.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
There also is another plan on the cloud known as, it's labeled
Yeah,
as.
I saw that. It's just got the
Okay.
wattles added.
Yep.
Thank you. Let's see, this is Towson Harbor. Site pics. I got 2 site pics. I got,
One was done by Jeff, one was done by the applicant.
all right,
The one submitted, the one that's dated today was done by Jeff.
all right. Well, let's see. We'll let the applicant, so let me see if I can. I got too many screens open.
While you're looking, Mr. Chair, I could start to describe.
Yeah, why don't you go ahead?
So if you look at this plan from, north to south, right now it depicts a set of stairs that basically exit a deck of the residence, goes along a little bit of a pathway and basically straight down to the lake. The condition of the stairs is they're aged, and over time they're non-uniform, and the party I'm working for is looking to update those. And looking at this, when they get a heavy rain, the rain starts from the top, from the northerly direction, the top of this diagram, and it just flows right down into the lake. There's nothing slowing the water down or trying to filter anything that comes off of those stairs. So the proposal is to change the direction of the stairs, and I know it listed as drainage, but it's more, there'll be no piping, it'll be more stone to kind of diffuse the water and tend to filter it before it comes down to the beach area and goes down to the lake. And the idea is putting a safe, new, updated form of uniform stairs from the upper elevation down to the lower elevation to the lake, and then just making it safer and all. And the thought was that we would enclose the stone walls where the steps are pre-existing, and this would also help to kind of slow the flow of water just directly going right into the lake.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions from commissioners? Jeff, you went on a site visit there. Do you have any comments, Jeff?
No, I can definitely say the drainage, it looks like from the beach, if you look at the right side of the stairs, there was some erosion that seems to be filled in probably once every couple of months. So it'll run right down the sides of the steps. I think they're taking that upper retaining wall out, and they're going to regrade a little bit of area in there, and she's going to put some bark mulch and plants. They can probably repurpose those stones to fill in those 2 areas. And the area that they want to put she said more stepping pads, which the grade would kind of accept those, more kind of stepping pads that will go down into the sandy area, which would be much better for erosion, if you were to ask me, in my opinion. So I have no other questions other than those comments.
Thank you, Jeff. Are there any other comments or questions from commissioners? Jack Rabbit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hey, Mark, thank you so much. Hey, you mentioned some regrading. We're looking to get some wattles and locations. There's some dimensions. I don't know how big or wide the steps are going to be. There's a walkway that comes down. What is the material? Is there an intent here, Mark, to add more definitive information and show the grading? And
yeah, Mr. Rabbit, there is definitive information that I submitted to your agent on the cloud that shows a picture of the type of stairs. I did submit a new updated plan that shows wattles between the 30-foot and the high water mark.
Mm-hmm.
So all of that stuff has been submitted.
Okay, Matt, is that available right now?
Should be on the cloud.
Okay.
Why don't you take a look? I'm having a hard time calling it up, Jack.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The steps that we're using, we're not manufacturing or making these steps out of small pieces. They're large pieces, approximately 3 by 4, weigh about 400 pounds. So they're large, solid pieces. so that it's less intrusive and more stable for the area.
What is it, ribbon stone, Mark? Is that what you're doing, putting in?
So either so the tube manufacturers, Teco Block makes a Maya step, and I believe Ideal Block makes a, I think it's either a rock,
okay.
I don't think it's a rock port, but it's a larger poured concrete product that has a natural appearance to it and coloring.
Are these the right photos?
These are the right photos. So these are the existing site photos. And the last one should depict what the product I'm trying to use.
I think those are the ones that I took, Bob.
Yeah.
It's the folder previous to that.
Yeah,
That has
I
the
didn't-
pictures of the steps.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Mr. Viviano was correct. The idea is to remove one of the walls, utilize that product to fill in the area where the steps will be removed.
Okay. Is there much grading going on above?
No,
Mark?
there's not a lot of change in elevation or grade anywhere in the project. There's just a change of location of the steps.
Oh, okay. So you're calling from your camper too?
I'm actually in my truck burning the midnight oil where there's still daylight, looking at jobs.
There you go. Okay. Thank you. I have no problems, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Jack. Carl, you have your hand up.
Yes, I do.
go ahead, Carl.
That was great. Could you put the pictures back up, Bob? Because the plan was really impossible for me to really understand what's going on, but maybe with the picture. Because in the plan, it had remove walls and then build new walls. That's
Right. There's Mr. Luck, there's one wall that we will be removing that doesn't really change the grade much. We'll be using those products to close the gap where we'll be removing the stairs.
I see. So the walls that are there are going to continue across where the stairs are.
Right, and so it would actually slow the water down, because right now with the elevation, the water comes off the house and just runs straight down into the lake. So, and you can see the condition from the photo that Mr. Pease put up. The condition of the stairs and the safety of those stairs is just it's something that needs to be repaired.
Mm-hmm. Okay, great. No, that's that's a good one. That's a great one.
Yeah.
This is a picture of the stairs that I'm the type of product that I'm looking to put into that location.
Oh, okay.
Right. And what's that yellow line?
The yellow line is the high water mark. I tried to draw in a photo with the high water mark.
This is an older picture, Carl.
All right.
And Mark, you said that the wattles would be.
Oh, that's very helpful, though. Thank you, Mark.
Between
Yeah,
that
so
yellow
the
line
water
and the stairs.
Right. That's pretty much to protect that area. That's where we put the wattles in.
Perfect.
Okay. Okay. That's great. I really appreciate that. I now understand that although there's work being done in the 30, there's already pre-existing work there, and it's and the purpose is to stop the erosion. So I'm good with all that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carl. Any other comments or questions from commissioners? Are there any comments or questions from the public? If hearing none, I'm looking for a motion for a negative determination.
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote. Ken Jones.
Aye.
Still no Rich Birch?
Not yet.
He'd have to recuse himself anyway.
No,
Mr. Chairman.
that's true, but I'm concerned he's not with us. Katie Childs.
Aye.
Thank you, Katie. Carl Luck.
Aye.
Thank you, Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
Jeff Viviano.
Aye.
And I for myself. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to thank the board. I'd also like to thank Mr. Jones for his years of service on the commission, and kind of echo the comments of Mr. Rabbit in hopes that he returns.
We'll see.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Apparently, I haven't done enough groveling.
Okay. Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, in the Town of Lunenburg Wetlands Protection and Municipal Bylaws, a public hearing on an amendment to notice of intent by John Fournier, 25 Pearl Street, for the adjustment of location of a septic system. I think I see Mr. Fournier. I'm going to ask him to unmute.
Got it?
I think he is successful.
Dan Wolf is also present, Bob.
Who?
Dan
Oh,
Wolf.
I'm going to ask him to unmute.
Thank you.
Thank you. And let me see if I can find your plan. See, once I share the screen. Is this what you wanted, Dan?
Yes, that's great.
All right, take it away.
All right, we had last met with the commission in regard to this property back on March 17th, I believe it was. It was at that time that we came to you voluntarily to let you know that there had been a mix-up with plans, and the holding tank was installed in a previously proposed location and not where you had approved. We went round and round and talked a lot about the fact that moving that tank would be a major undertaking that would probably cause more disturbance than the initial construction itself. We left that meeting kind of on a positive note that it seemed like the commission members were somewhat in favor of leaving the tank there, but they did want us to formally request an amendment. And it was stressed to us, and we took you seriously, that you wanted something a little bit in return. So we've added to the plan more plantings to supplement and enhance the already existing vegetated buffer along the lake shore heading up toward the house. So you can see on the drawing itself, as well as down in the bottom left corner, we have added a number of plantings of sweet pepper bush and high bush blueberry, just to give a more defined buffer to stay away from the lake at that particular area. And any recreational use would be down at the southern tip of the property where the existing dock is. So with that, we hope that you're pleased in some sense that we've tried to do everything right here. The project has gone very well. It looks great. We have gotten a lot of feedback from neighbors in terms of support of the overall project, and we hope that in the end you'll feel the same way, of taking this, what was a distressed property, and really making it a very nice feature of the neighborhood, and everything at this point in time is very secure.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Carl Luck.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, just a question first. The original plan on the upper, there was a tree to be removed, and at that time there was a question whether the tree that was very close to it was going to be able to be saved. Has that work been done, and can you tell what the condition is today? I would love it if Mr. Fournier could respond to that. I haven't been back to the property, but I believe that site work has been done. John, can you reflect on that smaller tree that was?
Yes, I can. Thank you. The tree was taken down, and we, as we discussed that night, left about 4 feet or so off the ground and removed. And actually, all the trees, specifically that 6-inch in diameter tree, was left there by M&M Tree Service.
Great. That's great. Good job. Okay, I wish, as the chair said before, I wish Richard Birch was here because he was sort of the one that floated this idea. And so I can't speak for what he was thinking, but what I thought I heard him say was, the plantings that you're adding are nice. It creates an additional buffer, but they're not, in my mind, as significant as trees. And I would advocate for something down along the very, in this picture of south, I think it actually, yeah, along the very south tip, an actual tree or two. It's very unwooded in that area, very little shade of the lake or the property. So I would rather see, perhaps a couple trees down there and you'd lighten up the bushes. But a couple trees on that most southerly point, still leaving some beach area next to the dock, but some trees that'll grow up and provide shade to the lake would be more meaningful.
If I could speak to that just as a homeowner, and I think you're talking about that point which abuts 29 Pearl Street. We purchased this property.
Yes.
Can I speak?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. We purchased this property. One of the main reasons, and we've done a lot of work to it over the past 8 months, was primarily from the view of the lake, not just the cove, but the lake primarily from our deck. I think any additional, we have 7 trees as it stands right now, which are lining the property, as you can see from the plan. There's also a fence that divides 25 from 29. I think there's actually a tree just on the other side of that, owned by the neighbor on the other side of that fence as well. Any trees we could possibly plant in that area, I think would block the total view to the lake. And my plan was to put additional shrubbery along that fence, property line fence as well on the south side. It's not shown there. We've done a lot of work in the last 8 months and my budget's running a little tight, to be honest with you, but my personal opinion is any additional trees in that area would compromise, I believe, that property. Thank you for listening.
Yeah. Thank you. Are there any other, Carl, anything else?
No, I'm trying to get my hand down.
All right, thank you, Carl. Any other comments or questions from commissioners? Any comments or questions from members of the public? I'm looking for a motion to approve this amendment to the notice of intent for John Fournier.
So moved.
Do we have a second to Jeffrey's motion?
Second.
Motion and second. And any further discussion? Roll call vote. Ken Jones.
Aye.
Katie Childs.
Aye.
Carl Luck.
Aye.
Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
Jeff Viviano.
Aye.
And I for myself. Thank you.
Very much. We appreciate
Can I
it.
say aye too?
Yes.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. And
All right. Next time, read the plans.
Okay, you got it. Thank you. Stop by anytime you want.
All right.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
I just wanted to recall our discussion that Mr. Wolf had a field change on Lot 2 Northfield Road that he had
Okay.
put out a butter notices for that he wanted to present really briefly.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Wolf.
Yes, just very briefly, there was a lot that was approved on Northfield Road. It was originally approved for John and David Saliba. And in that plan, there was a fairly generic house box that was shown. The lot has been sold and the new owners have a different house box shape as well as a slightly different location. So we were careful in trying to balance out the impervious area that is rooftop within the buffer zone, as well as the area of disturbance for grading and just finishing off the lot. And what we ended up doing, and I think you've got the plan there, Mr. Pease, we did just that.
Excuse me, Dan. Dan, just real quick for the commission, that you'll see on the cloud lot 2, there is the proposed plan and there was the approved plan that is dated like September of 2017 on the file. Sorry about that, Dan. Thank you.
That's all right. So this thing lot 2 Northfield,
Yep.
and I don't see anything here. Oh, I see. It's lighter, so I didn't. Okay. So are there any differences, Dan, in how close the houses are, is the 50 foot and so on and so forth?
Both houses, I don't know whose background noise that is.
And I don't know either. I can't tell. If anybody can tell whose background noise that is, you let me know. I'll mute them.
It's Jack.
It's Jack.
What? No, it's not.
Well, it's, every time the background noise comes up, your box highlights, Jack.
Jack's muted now. Go ahead.
All right, the house itself, the main body of the house went from being 66 feet at its closest point to 74 feet. But I'll highlight the fact that the garage on the extension of the new house box is 58 feet. So all very relative to what was approved. And what I was in the middle of explaining before is we've matched the rooftop area within the buffer zone. So again, just the house straddles the 100-foot buffer line. And previously proposed was 1599 square feet, and we have 1602. So there's just a difference of 3 square feet with the rooftop area. And then the area to be cleared and graded, that is again matched at about 8,100 square feet. So again, we were simply trying to keep it in the spirit of what was approved, but I was concerned for the new owners. We didn't want to get halfway through this project and have the commission recognize that the house box was changed, the shape itself, and it's been brought slightly closer to Northfield Road. So just wanted to introduce that to you and ask if the commission agreed that that would be an acceptable field change.
Matt, do you need a motion on this?
Yeah, that would be the procedure. Yeah.
So I'm looking for a motion to approve this field change.
I guess, Mr. Chairman, the only question I would have is, do we need to advertise this, or is this acceptable to do without being advertised?
Field changes aren't advertisable. However,
Okay.
Mr. Wolf did notify the abutters that he was going to be here tonight for this.
Okay. All right. As long as we're covered.
And I do have the notifications.
I would make a motion, Mr. Chairman, then we accept this plan as a field change.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Motion and second. A roll call vote. Ken Jones.
Mr. Chairman, it looks like you have somebody with their hand up. Jeff Viviano.
Oh, Jeff. Oh, go. Oh, and he's muted.
And then looked like maybe a member of the public had their hand up too.
Oh, Chris Martins. I'm gonna ask Chris Martins to, so before we do anything else, we're gonna hear from Chris Martins.
I just have a, can you guys explain what lot 2 is?
It's across the street, and a little towards the, it's across the street from the clubhouse, closer to Chase Road, just a little ways up.
So it's across the street from Settlers Crossing Clubhouse?
Yep.
That abuts the 9th hole?
Yep.
Yes.
I'm in a butter of that property. I was never notified of any changes. Just let that be known.
No.
If you're not in a butter within 100 feet, you wouldn't have made the assessors list.
My
Butter
property,
notices.
my property line abuts the property line of lot 2.
And Matt, I believe you misspoke. The abutter notices I sent you were for the previous hearing. You did not. You did not tell me that for a field change we needed to notify abutters.
Okay, you are correct. You don't need to notify abutters for a field change, and you're correct now that you say that. I'm looking at the cards on my files. And
Those
yeah, they
would
were
have
for
been-
the previous one. I apologize. That's a
Okay,
mix up
Chris,
on
did
my.
you have any other comment?
Oh, that's it.
Thank you,
I was just
Chris.
curious. I was curious where the house is gonna be on that property, that's all.
Well, Chris, seeing as you're here, did you have a concern then?
No, I was just curious as to where the house is gonna be. No, I've actually met the owners. They're very nice people, so I don't have a concern. I was just curious to where the house is gonna be.
And I bet, you know, we could email you the plan. If you sent Matt an email on tomorrow morning, I bet he could email you the plan.
I can do that. Thank you.
All right, any other questions or comments? We had a motion and we had a second. Roll call vote. Ken Jones.
Aye.
Katie Childs.
Aye.
Carl Luck. Katie Childs.
Aye.
Thank you, Carl Luck. I'm listening to a corn dog
I
ad from
abstain because
somebody.
I haven't seen a plan. I think it's unfortunate that we're voting on something that we haven't seen a plan on.
So is that a no, Carl?
He said
I
he
would
was
abstain.
abstaining.
Okay, thank you. I did not hear that. I apologize. Jack Rabbit?
He's muted, and so is Jeff.
Okay. Ask to unmute.
Is that just doing that randomly?
No. Jeff.
Aye.
Thank you, Jeff. And let me see if I can find Jack. I'm gonna ask Jack to unmute.
Am I good?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I do find it unusual that we're agreeing to something that we haven't seen any drawings on yet. I know the box has changed, the location's changed. I'm not against it. I just don't know what's in it. And so it's kind of like we're approving something blindly that we normally won't do. So I would have, well, I say no, I just haven't seen enough.
Thank you, Jack, and I vote aye. Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 as amended, the Town of Lunenburg Wetland Protection Municipal Bylaws, a public hearing on an RDA by Tuan Doa. I apologize for butchering this name. Tuan Doa for work at 733 Mass Ave will be held. Work proposed is demolition of an existing barn area and stabilization of such area. Is there someone here for this application?
I think D. Bardsley is here for the application, correct? Yeah, he's raising his hand, Bob. Well, on the screen physically.
Oh, yeah, I see him. All right. So I'm going to ask him to unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Good evening, Mr. Bardsley.
Good evening. Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, super. So this, the proposal that we're looking to do is to remove a very large barn in an outbuilding in the back of the property at 733. The barn and other structure are falling down, so they've actually been deemed, I believe the fire department's been there and deemed them a risk, safety risk. So we've submitted a plan to have those that property removed. This morning, I sent over to Matt a description of the items that were asked as far as the process for demolition and erosion control and the phases of the cleanup. I can go over those with you, or unless you have that document with you.
1 minute. I'm going to call up something on the. I'm going to try and call it up on the screen. All right, let's share that screen.
There you
Everybody
go.
see that now? Can you see that, Mr. Bardsley?
Yes.
Go for it.
All right, so the structure and whatnot that are in the back, for those that have not been to the site, it's a very large barn. It's about 40 feet wide by about 160 feet long. It's falling over. It had a fire in it in the past. Obviously, anybody that's driven by the site can see that it's an eyesore for sure. Our goal is to, we're going to create, the demolition is going to go to 2 different locations. I'm going to go over this as far as how it's done out here. We work very closely with Eco Earth in Winchington. That's a company that's actually going to come out. They're going to grind up that material into trucks. That stuff is going to be taken away and actually put back into material, renewable products such as bark mulch. So that's kind of a great aspect for the fact that we're not just going to take all of this material and throw it into a landfill. The pieces and stuff that can't be done into a landfill, that can't go into the machine, is going to go off to through K&K rubbish removal out of Athol. It's going to go over to the transfer station, Harvey Transfer Station over in Fitchburg. Any metal will be taken to the scrap yard. So all of these things, as best as we can, are going to be recycled. We're going to certainly try to limit our erosion in the back. Anyone that's visited the property just knows it's basically just leftover kind of logs and wood and things that are in the back. All that stuff is going to be cleaned up. And then, you know, so we're going to try to do this in, they asked me for the number of phases. When I listed these number of phases on here, this should all take place in about 3 days. Oh yeah, there's a good shot, whoever was able to pull that up. So all that material that you see back towards the latter part of the property, as well as the barn and that small garage structure, and all of that wood and pallets and all of that stuff that's around there. The majority of that is, believe it or not, going to get ground up and turned into a renewable resource. So our goal is to, the phase is to we're cleaning up. We've already started to clean up in front of everything, closer to the house that sits up in the front. That's going to be our staging area. So as the building comes down, everything is coming forward. So nothing's going back towards those wetland, everything's coming forward. And we're just about ready for that, because we've pretty much got everything leveled out front. Everything's cleaned up. All the piles of dirt have been moved around. There's plenty of loam on site already that we'll use to grade out afterwards to create it more of a field atmosphere. And as far as, you know, this thing lists phase 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 5. Again, all of that stuff should take place within about 3 days from the time that we start. And as far as stabilizing, we're going to use the loam. We're going to use some of the chips, the wood chips that are that are ground up from the clean wood. All those things are going to be used to stabilize the ground around the property. Does anybody have any questions?
That line I just drew on the map, that's 100 feet.
Actually, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
That's the line from the pond. The actual bordering wetland itself creeps up to the corner.
Or does it?
And actually is in the middle of the line that you drew.
Okay, so
there is no work proposed within 50 feet of the wetland. It comes as close as 62 feet.
Okay.
I think the phasing that's spelled out is perfect. I'm familiar with Eco Earth's work. They do some excellent work. I've seen their work on other sites. And I've also seen their product. The phasing that was submitted by the applicant is exactly what the commission normally would expect to see. I think getting that material out there, getting the barn down and getting the area establishes the field is an excellent way to stabilize the site. My recommendation would be for a negative number 3. Work would be within the buffer zone, but would not alter the adjacent wetlands. You probably want to put up some wattles around the perimeter of where the work area is, going from the side property line to probably mid-rear property line should be sufficient. Maybe even a little shorter because there is a tree line there. So that's my take on it. I know that Jeff had submitted some pictures to the file that are in the file as well. The commission wanted to see what was live on site.
Yeah, a giant mess.
Yeah, that would pretty much sum it up quite well.
Any comments or questions from commissioners?
Chairman?
Go ahead, Ken.
I can attest to the condition of the barn. I've been in it while it was on fire and while it wasn't on fire, but it's definitely in very tough shape. And the condition of the property, I mean, it desperately needs this improvement. So I'm wholeheartedly in favor of the project as proposed.
Thank you, Ken. Any other comments or questions from commissioners? Are there any questions or comments from members of the public? This is an RDA, and our administrator recommended a -3 determination. Do we have a motion?
I would make that a motion, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ken. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Jack. Motion and second. Roll call vote. Ken Jones.
Aye.
Katie Childs.
Aye.
Carl Luck. Carl Luck.
I think he left.
Okay. Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
Jeff Viviano.
Aye.
And aye for myself. Matt, do we have anyone been in communication with Rich Birch to find out what his status is?
He actually noted to me just a couple of minutes ago that he's still working on the issue.
All right, thank you. Any questions, Mr. Barsley?
No, I appreciate you guys taking the time tonight, and we look forward to making that corner of Lunenburg a little nicer.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great night.
All righty. All right, let's see.
So why are we seeing Michael on the big screen when he hasn't said anything?
I don't know.
Oh, this is a tough technical night.
Yeah.
I think you're the only one that's seen him like that, Jack.
Jack probably has him pinned on his screen.
I have. I have. I'm getting speaker view. I can go to gallery view. Here we go.
All right.
Sorry, guys. I'm here.
Thank you, Jeff.
Slowly but surely.
Surely it's a good thing.
All right. Let me see if I can get back to my Zoom screen.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We only have 7 video screens going out of the 30.
Carl's back.
Good.
Oh, there it is.
You might want to unmute him.
Carl? Yes, I'm going to ask Carl unmute. Jeff, did you mean to have your hand up?
No, sorry, I'll take it.
That's quite all right. I'm trying to figure out how I can get my Zoom screen back. I've lost my Zoom screen. Ah, phew, there it is. Thank you. Oh, technology gods.
They're not being kind to us tonight.
All right. Continued public hearings. Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 as amended, in the Town of Lunenburg Wetland Protection and Municipal Bylaws, a public hearing on a notice of intent by Bill Barabee will be held. Work proposes the replacement of a septic system with 100 feet of a wetland resource area at 9 Bootwell Street. The supporting documents are available for review at the Conservation Commission office. The DEP issued DEP number 208-1219 with no comments. Is there someone here for that application? Please raise your hand or wave or something or other.
Doug Smith.
Doug Smith. I'm gonna ask you to unmute Doug.
Okay.
Okay,
Yes,
Doug.
this is continued from 2 weeks ago, and what was decided last time was people wanted to make sure Board of Health was okay. Monday night, I went to the Board of Health Zoom meeting and they approved the plan, they approved the variances. So basically everything's all set with them. It was 78 feet to the on-site well, and of course there are regulations to do with wetlands and all that. Instead of 100 feet, 44 feet. So
There are any comments or questions from commissioners? Are there any comments or questions from members of the public? This is a NOI. I'm looking for a motion to approve.
Chairman, I would make a motion, we approve it with a standard order of conditions.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Jack. Roll call vote. Ken Jones.
Aye.
Katie Childs.
Aye.
Carl Luck.
Aye.
Thank you, Carl. Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
Jeff Viviano.
You may have lost him. I don't see him on here anymore.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, no, he's on there. He just needs to be unmuted.
Okay, I'm gonna ask him to unmute. Jeff Viviano.
Aye.
And I for myself. All right.
thank you very much.
Thank you, Doug.
Take care.
Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 as amended, and under Lunenburg Protective Bylaw, Chapter 335, the Lunenburg Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing for a notice of intent by Cynthia Ritchie for work at 137 Flynn Road to build a natural stone wall along the waterfront to protect against future erosion of the edges of the land and beach. It has no DEP number, and I didn't see anything new in the file. Are we going to continue this matter, or is there someone here? What's the story?
Well, from the looks of it, I don't see anyone here. I know Greg had asked it to be on the agenda, and I thought no, it wasn't that one. I saw anything come through. No, I guess we're going to have to continue it.
I'm looking for a motion to continue
So
until a date certain of our next meeting, which is the 19th.
I would make a motion, we move to May 19th.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote. Ken Jones.
Aye.
Katie Child.
Aye.
Carl Luck.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, it looks like Richard is back on. He's got his hand up.
Oh, good. Let me unmute him.
And Jeff's got his hand up too.
And we're gonna ask Jeffrey to unmute also. Richard, can you unmute yourself? Ah, Richard, are you with us? Oh, nope. Oh, yes. Richard, are you with us?
I am. I vote aye.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And Jeff, Jeff, did you vote? I lost track. I was so excited about Richard coming back.
I'll say aye.
Thank you. All right. pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 as amended, and under Lunenburg Protective Bylaw, Chapter 335, the Lunenburg Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing for a notice of intent by Empire Management Corp. for work at 757 Chase Road for the demolition and reconstruction of a commercial building with grading and parking. The DEP issued number 1217 with no comments. Is there anyone here for this, or are we going to continue this? What's going on?
Mr. Chairman, I received a letter by email from the applicant requesting continuance while they address planning board reviewing engineers' comments.
Okay. Thank you. That's right. They were going to planning board, and I think they had to go back to, they had some other boards to deal with, and we were going to put it off until they were sure what they were doing with those other boards.
And they specifically did ask for the 19th.
All right, so I'm looking for a motion to continue this until May 19th.
Motion to continue. to May
Thank you,
19th.
Richard. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. Roll call vote. Ken Jones.
Aye.
Rich Birsch.
Aye.
Katie Childs.
Aye.
Carl Luck. Is Carl with us? Carl with us?
I don't see his name.
Okay. Carl Luck, Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
Thank you, Jack. Jeff Viviano.
Aye.
I for myself, and let's see if Carl is in the waiting room. I think I might have somebody in the waiting room. Nobody in the waiting room. Oh, Carl Luck is in the waiting room. Carl's joining. Let's see if we have audio from Carl. See if I can find him. Here he is. Says that he's
Connecting.
not muted. Carl, can you hear us?
No, he is muted.
Oh, now I lost him. Oh, here he is. Ask to unmute. I've asked Carl to unmute.
Am I good?
Yep.
Yes, you are.
Can you hear me, Bob?
I can.
Oh, thank you very much.
You're better than good. Carl, do you care to vote on the continuance of the Subaru dealership or not?
Yes, aye.
Thank you, Carl. All right. Under Lunenburg Protective Bylaw, Chapter 335, the Lunenburg Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing for a notice of intent by Joanne McGurn for work at 238 Fire Road 16 for the construction of a single-family home with a driveway crossing. It's DEP number 208-1189. Who is here for that? Let's see. I'm scanning up the list. I see Joanne McGurn. I'm going to ask her to unmute. Looking for
Hi, guys.
Looking for Mr. Butler. Here's Brian Butler. I'm going to ask him to unmute.
There, I couldn't unmute before, Mr. Chairman.
All right. There you go, Brian.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay.
Brian, I can't hear you.
Let me see.
Mr. Chairman, can you change the screen?
Change what screen?
Right now, we're seeing the old projection of the previous.
Oh, sorry. Thank you very much, Jack. Thank you.
No
thank
problem,
you.
Bob.
Too much going on.
Yeah. I don't know how you do it. You're doing a good job.
Okay. And so let's share this screen.
Yeah.
Brian, can we hear you now? Brian, I can't hear a word you say. When you first started, I could hear you very faintly, like you were a million miles away, and then you did something I couldn't hear you at all.
Can't hear me now, can you?
Yep.
I can hear you now.
Okay, somehow my microphone got switched to a microphone that doesn't exist. Okay. I don't understand, but I'm back.
All right.
Thank you. I can, if it's appropriate, I could share my screen, Mr. Chairman.
If you take and you look, I believe that I already shared the screen with the modified drawing.
Okay. I'm just seeing you and then the Brady Bunch.
Oh, well, then I'm not sharing my screen. I
No,
don't know
you
what-
are.
Let me,
You are.
It's on there. You
Okay.
you had it up.
okay.
Now it's
Well,
gone.
We'll do it again. You seeing it now, Brian?
No, I just still see the you in large format and the other participants here. But let me see. Oh, there we go. Oh,
It's definitely on the screen right now.
okay, yeah, I think I am looking at it. I thought it might be my own screen, but I don't see the notifications on it.
I see the plan.
Yeah, this is the sheet where we're looking at the house site.
Yeah, and you were asked to change the
First,
at the last time we discussed this, you were asked to change the
offset of the retaining walls.
set of retaining walls.
Yes, which we've done. My version has a cloud and some arrows pointing, but this is certainly adequate. As you can see, Mr. Chairman, here the existing cart path on the left of the screen, there's a label. And just to the north of that is the arc of the 30-foot no-touch zone. And just to the north of that, you can see the retaining wall has now been displaced and graded in so that it avoids the disturbance, any disturbance in the 30-foot zone. That's on the west side or left side of the driveway, proposed driveway. And then due east of that or to the right is the other amended retaining wall that's been displaced also beyond 30 horizontal feet from the isolated vegetated wetland just to its south. And those are the two items that were the greatest sticking points at the conclusion of the last public hearing, if my memory serves me correctly.
Okay. There any comments or questions from commissioners?
There we go.
Mr.
Rich?
Chair, I do. I can't find my hand.
Rich Birch has his hand up. We're gonna call, well, first I'm gonna unmute him.
Oh.
And then I'll call on you in a minute, Carl.
Thank you, Bill.
So, Mr. Chair, I may be mistaken, but I thought at the last meeting, Butch said that they were going to eliminate the walls. At this point for myself, this is a brand new construction and I see absolutely no reason that we should waiver from the 50-foot no structure zone. It may or may not impact the size of the house. It is a 5-bedroom house. So, I mean, they have plenty of house to give to make this lot compliant and not have the walls inside the no structure zone.
So that's my recollection also that they were gonna, and Butch said he was gonna eliminate them. Does this plan eliminate them, Brian? I'm still seeing walls.
It does not. No, the especially on the east side, I think we had particular difficulty with doing a graded plan there that wouldn't go into the 30, either disturb the 30-foot or be impractical. The left side I don't think was quite as problematic, but the right side or east side was.
So did you eliminate any stone walls in this so-called revised plan?
We displaced these from the area, the 30-foot no disturbance zone where they formerly lied. I can.
Okay, thank you.
So it looks like we actually increased wall in the no structure zone.
I don't believe so. I think the linear, Butch, I believe the lengths of these are the same.
We just pushed the wall back and outside of the 30, the length of the walls would remain outside of maybe just the apex of that 45-degree cant would have gone maybe by one block.
Yeah, so moving it from where it was at the edge of wet to the edge of 30, you would have had to have somehow gained 30 feet of distance to get the wall to the 30-foot zone.
It would, Mr. Chairman, can I respond? Mr. Chair, can I respond?
Go ahead.
Yeah, Rich, it would be just, it wouldn't have been the 30 because it wouldn't have been 30 feet, it would have been 4 feet. Because that's how much we moved that wall back, because it was just inside the 30, if you recall. So that apex would be increased by whatever that 45-degree cant is to get to the additional 4 feet. So roughly, I'm going to guess 3 feet maybe extra overall in that 45-degree cant.
Okay. I guess I'm still confused because you had said at the last meeting, I thought that you were going to get rid of the walls. So
we looked at it with Dan Wolf. Dan Wolf is the principal at Ross Associates, who you just were speaking with shortly ago. He actually did this work himself and removed that wall there. It was going to be a little bit more of a toe of the slope there, more greater than we would hope to have had. So I don't think I committed fully to eliminating the walls. I said I would relocate them outside of the 30. That was the one concern that you had, Rich, was the statement that you made is we don't allow walls in the 30. I think
we don't allow walls in the 50 is the way the regulations read. It's a 50-foot no structure zone. So these are clearly walls inside the 50, and I mean we've towed that line pretty hard. Unless you have an existing structure on a non-conforming lot, we have waived minimally, but not on a brand new construction.
I would have thought that the grace would have been the same on that last project that your brother just presented, the two walls there, but
unfortunately, I was not part of the hearing, so I have no idea what it was. Somebody else that's here, I'm sure, can attest to it, but I can't.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we can attest to the fact that we had another property on the Hickory Hills Lake in which we forced that particular new piece of property to put their wall 50 feet off. That's been a consistent policy that we've been executing on, and not an existing structure, as Rich has pointed out. Depending on the circumstances, we have wavered, but this is a new construction, and this is the line we've held.
Thank you, Jack. Rich, did you have anything else before I go on?
I do not for now. Thank you.
All right. I think actually Carl was next. Jack?
Okay, no, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I'm backing Rich's statement.
That's quite all right. Carl?
Yeah, I have a number of things, but I'd like to, for right now, and I'd like to just stick to this particular area since we got the drawing up and looking at it. I agree with the walls east and west are problematic to me, but I'd like to understand the paving around the house. It's not clear to me what's paved. Could you explain? Clearly, it's from the wetland crossing is where the paving starts, and it goes up to
The paving is represented by the dashed broken line that comes up to the front of the house. Or the limit, actually, there's two dash lines there, I'm sorry. The thinner dash line, I believe, is it. And then it's the area to that storm, that drain feature. And
tell me where to put the cursor here.
I believe
Right
you're
there.
right. Yeah.
And then to the right of that, Commissioner, it's right in line with the outside of the garage.
You can't see my cursor, of course, but I'm
no.
The FM line. I
Right
believe.
there. To left.
There we
To the
go.
right of it.
The dash line, Bob, I think.
Yes, that is correct, Rich.
Yep, right there.
That's the back, the east side of it there.
So if I have it right, this area, I'm sorry, this area.
There you go. Yep, that's correct. It's shaped like a hatchet,
So.
starting at the
This.
crossing.
This.
Exactly.
This. This like over to here.
Correct.
Up to the dash line. Yep, there you go.
Yep, like that.
Yep. Precisely.
Okay.
Nice.
Go ahead, Jack. Yep, I'm sorry, it was Carl. Carl was up. What else did you have, Carl? Carl?
He's muted.
He's there.
Ah, Carl. I'm gonna ask Carl to unmute. I'm gonna ask Carl to unmute again.
Did that work?
Yes, it did.
Is that working?
Yes. I'm sorry, Carl.
Thank you
Go
very
ahead.
much. I'm very sorry.
That's probably my fault.
The question was the driveway. No. I take responsibility, but it looks like the driveway wraps around the building. Is that correct? The paving?
No, that 310 contour,
Hello?
that's a contour line, proposed contour line.
So where does the driveway end, the paving?
Okay, I just showed it. I'll show it again.
The
Carl.
red trace, yeah.
Goes here, here, here,
I'm not seeing, oh, okay, great.
and over to here, up to here, and back to
Great.
here. Go ahead, Carl.
Oh, well done. Thank you. I don't have any other specific, well, in this area, I do have a couple of specific questions. If the septic is a ST and a PC.
Pump chamber septic
What
tank?
is the PC is what?
Pump chamber.
Hello?
Pump chamber, Carl. It's the pump
Pump
chamber.
chamber.
And that leads to the force main, which is
Pump
labeled
chamber.
FM, the buried force main.
Yeah. Thank you, Ken. Thank you, Ken. Pump chamber. So the pump chamber is also, in my mind, a structure that's in the 50-foot no structure zone.
Well, it's subsurface, below ground. I mean, it's a structure, but it's not a structure that can be observed or seen above ground.
Understood. Yeah, I'd like to defer till let someone else go, because I'd like to go back to the beginning and address the alternate the plan. So I'll take a turn again after the others get to
Thank
speak.
you, Carl. Jack Rabbit, I think, was next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, can you page down a little bit? Is the driveway still 12 feet, or did it go out to 14, or is it down to 10? What is it now? It's 10
I think
feet.
the driveway has always been 10 feet, Jack.
Right. Okay. So we've got 10 feet. The fire chief had recommended 12, and apparently the fire chief had communicated with the plaintiff here and basically said, yeah, if you want to go to 10. I did try and call the chief today. Unfortunately, he's on vacation. But I did have a chance to speak to somebody else very, very knowledgeable. And the concern is that, okay, if you go with the 10 feet and you do some plowing on that, and you consume perhaps 2 feet on each side to plow, next thing you know, you're down to 6 feet. If you even only consume a foot, you're just wide enough for that fire engine to get up and down that space. Now, that would lead me to think that, okay, what's going to really happen is no one's going to want to ever take the chance that a fire engine can't get to their house, right? Because the insurance company would have a great time with that. So therefore, you're going to push that snow to both sides 2 feet over. So now you're taking out 15 feet. You're removing the vegetation, you're pushing it, you're destroying, you're taking down those small trees. I'm back to where I started early on, and I believe that that's more than what we want to support. And I believe that this overall project is now falling into the area where, even though the DEP said we found nothing wrong specifically with the Wetlands Protection Act, however, it does not address the Lunenburg regulations and bylaws. We have a clause in that says when we believe the total amount of disturbance is excessive, we can essentially execute our decision to say no. In this particular case, I, at this point, think there's too much going on that property. I also know that we're using up every square inch, and we know what happens from an experience. Pretty soon the tree is too close. I need to take that down for a safety issue. I mean, there's 100 things that are going to happen, especially where it's isolated. So at this point, Mr. Chairman, I am not in support of this project. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jack, for making your position clear.
Yeah.
Are there other comments or questions from members from board members? Jeff, you have your hand up. You just need to be unmuted, or I've asked Jeff to unmute. I'm going to put down Jack's hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That's quite all right. I'm going to ask Jeff to unmute again. Jeff, did you have a comment or a question?
I guess just what I had said before, if it could be phased, the access road and the crossing done as phase 1, remediation of the pads and the walkways is phase 2, and then construction of the house, the garage, septic system is phase 3. Also, I was concerned that this lot would get broken up into many different parcels. If they could possibly put it on the deed, I think Matt said there would be a 30-year deed restriction, that this lot would remain a single-family home. I guess I can say that the last meeting, I believe they said they would remove the walls, which they haven't. And what else? There's 2 large pines that are kind of up close to the house, and I just see those coming down. If we can get those marked and just say that those will remain, that's about all my comments that I have right now.
Thank you, Jeff. Carl, I think you're up again.
Oh, thank you very much, Bob. Yeah, let me leave. Well, no, let me start with what should be quick. I'd like to put the alternative proposal to bed, at least in my mind. The proposal that was made, my understanding is the area that was being affected, not necessarily the volume of material, but the area that's being affected is basically the same as being affected in the original plan. So that's not so bad. However, in the alternate proposal, the house, the garage, the septic were all co-located, which was clearly driving the area. Why couldn't just like the original proposal, why couldn't the garage and septic be moved, down in the flat area, sort of where the cart path starts? Was that considered in order to reduce the amount of area and volume of material to be removed?
Displace the septic system to a greater area. Was that the query? I'm not sure if I.
In order to reduce, you were very concerned about the volume of material and the area affected with the alternate proposal. My question is, was it considered to move the garage and the septic down closer to where the cart path begins, which is already flat and usable, in order to reduce that situation that you were concerned about?
And that's with regard to the alternative site, is that?
Yes. This next couple of questions is just to address the alternative site issues.
I don't have that up on my screen. I'm not sure if I could get it or if it's readily available, but.
Well, it's more the concept. It was more the concept of moving. Right now, even in this current plan, there's a septic leach field that's laid out down near where the cart path begins. So clearly a septic can go down there. So my question is, when in your alternate proposal, did you or could you consider moving the septic and the garage down to that level? I don't believe it'd be any more remote than it is from the current proposal, and would have a significantly less impact on the area.
Which direction is that? Because there's not a real flat area that's also sufficiently remote from the resource areas. The leach field, of course, has to be a minimum of 50 feet, horizontal feet from resource area. And of course, the garage and whatnot has to be 50 feet. So I don't think, you mean just sliding it slightly northwest? Is that your question? Kind of putting it, I'm not sure.
No, not at all. You know where the cart path begins, where the driveway begins, where the alternate, there's an alternate septic leach field laid out on the current plan, back where the driveway begins.
Near the lake and near the
cart path begins.
Yeah. Which I don't think we cover on this set of plans.
Away from the lake. Pretty far away from the lake, on the other side of the fire road.
Yeah, on the east side of the fire road. But it's not viewable on this plan set. We can go to that alternative plan if that.
Exactly. No, it's not viewable on this plan.
Yeah. There may be alternatives there that would spread it out further, to make it, instead of a consolidated 8/10 or acre in that alternatives plan, we could spread it out and push it into the woods perhaps and pump. We'd have to trench through any slopes, but it could be redistributed in that configuration. We were trying to have a kind of a equivalent area, equivalent features on a site that was outside of any resource area on the alternatives plan. So there's an infinite number of configurations.
Yes, and that's good, and I see no problem with it. But you expressed one of the big reasons that was, not a acceptable alternative was because of the volume of material that had to be removed and all of the trucks and all of that. And I'm saying that the volume of material that had to be removed could be much less with the other. So I'm just arguing that there's a way to address the negatives of that alternative proposal.
Yeah, and I mean, they weren't by any means.
The other thing about the alternative is it was moved. It was moved, really to the very other end of the lot as opposed to, closer. And I've heard that that there's already at least a thought or a plan for building a house for one of the children. Is that why that area isn't available for an alternate proposal?
That's news to me. And the reason we chose that was it was exclusive. As you go north from there, very slightly, there's several isolated wetlands, and we'd be into buffer zones for those. And at least one of those is a vernal pool, and so we were trying to stay in a wholesale manner away from any regulatory constraints. The large volume of fill is not a prohibition; it could be done. The stuff could probably be sold at some gain, but it's something of an atrocity just to take down that much topography in order to lay out a house in a reasonable alignment. We could put this septic remotely somewhere, probably in the buffer zone to the north there, in the outer 50, but we were trying to consolidate that into a scenario that had as discrete a footprint as possible, and stayed out of resource area.
Yeah, I certainly don't blame you, but the reasons that it wasn't considered, I think, are manageable. Could you comment on the intentions of building developing an additional lot, whether it be for children or whoever? It doesn't really matter on this lot, because I share the same feeling, Mr. Viviano, that we'd like to see, if this goes through, we would like to see some deeded commitment that this lot would not be further subdivided.
That I wasn't aware of that. Any I don't know where that came from, but it's news to me. And I do have the alternatives plan up now in front of me. I can speak a little easier to it. I don't think you can see it, but I can see it.
Yes, I see. Thank you. Perhaps the applicants could comment on any thoughts or plans of subdividing this.
Mr. Chairman, may I respond?
Go ahead.
Carl, I actually don't know what's going to happen there. It is out of the 100-foot jurisdiction of anything that this board has to speak to. There could be a possibility down the road that we would love to have our son live close by. I'm not going to say it's even at this spot, because the house that he would ever even consider would not even be anything remotely this elaborate. And again, I mean, it's outside your jurisdiction. What happens there? If I decide to sell off a parcel of the 15 acres there, I don't think this board has a right to even ask that question. So I think we should just move on away from this whole scenario here, because I don't entertain a thought to put in a house there, because it's not a lake house. I mean, I can go to any wooded land, upland, and have the same house as this says right here.
And obtaining the frontage on this was something of a chore. I don't know that there's any, I haven't studied, but I don't know if there's an actual opportunity to get another frontage lot here in any configuration.
That would have to go in front of the planning board. Right now, the planning board is only allowed one parcel.
Yeah, that would be a variance.
One house on this, because that in 2016, Ross Associates, with the assistance of George Sullivan, passed it through the planning board and got a one house lot out. So if it was ever to go forward, it would have to go through an entire planning board to even remotely put a single house, because this is the only area upland outside of the 100-foot jurisdiction that you can put this house on, another lot on. Carl, you had asked about the septic systems. So the two septic systems that are proposed for this lot one is the reserved area that is north of this house right now, and one is west of it, which is shown on this drawing here. So you have to have a secondary reserve lot, the reserve system, in order to fit a house on. The reason why the house is pushed into the knoll that it is if you took a 100-foot line away from the lake, which Rich Birch asked us to do, to come up with an alternate plan that would actually go outside of all of your jurisdiction, which was the 100-foot. That's the placement of the house that would allow it to be. Outside of that, if you look north of there, Brian Butler is 100% accurate. There is the leather leaf bog, as well as the vernal pool that pushes you even further away from there for the secondary septic system. So in all fairness, that's the only area that really a second house could go is with that order of magnitude. You could certainly put a Cape style house that would be much closer to the lake, but that's not the house we want to build. I mean, that's not the house we intend to build. So asking us to do an alternative location was, we provided that to appease the board, which I don't know if we were fully required to do, but we did it for you, that there is an area that actually could be built on. And now that spark has been lit, outside of your jurisdiction, if I could potentially sell it down the road, I may. So I don't know.
We have no plans.
I don't have plans to do
this point. We just want to build one house so that my mom can live with us. That's basically it. I mean, we've been at this for 1.5 years, and when Rich was on the line last time, he mentioned about the walls, that they were outside the 30-foot. We didn't Butch mentioned about removing them. We didn't think it would be a big deal to keep them within the put them on the inside of the 30-foot. We didn't realize that the 50-foot was a requirement. We thought as long as it was within.
Okay, Kyle, do you have further questions or comments?
I appreciate, I have quite a few more. And I appreciate your candor, and I would love to have my children living next door to me too, and I'm struggling with getting them even in the same state. While we're just in that area, last question in that area, we're looking at these prints, and I'm sure to your chagrin, I spent 3 hours looking at these prints the last few days. I noticed that the right of way for your abutters, that their right of way is not the fire road. It's not actually on your property. The right of way is on their property. And I know this is not your problem, but it it could be a future problem, and part of the Lunenburg bylaws is that we need to look at future implications that may cause, detrimental effects. And the right of way that they technically have, that dates way back, I'm sure, is on their property, and from the looks of their property and buildings is not really any longer available, and it's fairly close to the lake. Clearly now they are using the fire road. And I'm wondering if there is anything in process that's going to give them rights to that, or if somewhere downstream, either you or the next owners might create a problem here that forces them to have to really make that right of way their right of way, which would have some pretty big impacts, on the no-touch zones. So could you comment on the right of way and access by your neighbors to just sort of reassure us that there's no future problems there?
I can, Carl. Right now, Margaret Kidder, who is on this meeting with us right now, has approached the current landowner, our representative, and ourselves, if this does go through, to modify the boundaries to allow her that right away into her own house, which we have agreed to, but we're waiting for all this to pass, so we're not opening up too many cans of worm here, which would, in theory, give her full rights to her property. So
But the right of way has been pre-existing and being used.
Yeah.
So, by right, I would assume that they have an easement that couldn't be.
If not by right, by adverse possession, I think, a long history of use of that, so.
No, I don't see that being any.
There's no necessity for that because Butch has been in a dialogue with them already to make them whole in terms of their access.
Okay.
But it's pretty tangential to the immediate, to what we're discussing tonight.
We've actually had a couple neighbors talk to us about that, and possibly even if they could potentially buy a little piece of land so they'd have more room to put septics or whatever. But, one thing at a time. Let's just get the house first,
Yeah.
Understood. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the proposal on the table. And the basic problem here is, you can tell by looking at the the plans, is that you're building such a big house, and if you recall, and I gave you a lot of credit. I didn't even know who was the developer when the engineer came to us. I don't know, probably a year and a half ago, maybe, I don't know. With a proposal to ask the commission's sense that the respective owners, yourselves, I guess, did the right thing and had him come to the commission to get a sense of the commission. And he came pretty much with the house that you've now proposed. And the sense of the commission at that time, as my recall, was unanimously not in favor of it. So I was quite surprised several months later when an application came in with that kind of response. And it's driven by the size of the house. It's a very sensitive area, and the house consumes itself everything that's available outside of 50 feet, which means all of the support infrastructure, the walls, the driveways, the patio, everything is within the 50-foot no structure area. So it's the house that's really causing the problem with such a sensitive location. So let me go to your plan. There's two areas of mitigation plantings proposed. What's driving? I love mitigation, but what's driving those two areas? What's driving the size of those? And I'm not sure where that comes from.
Those are for, if I may, Mr. Chairman, those are just for displacement of flood storage. We have about I think it's 900 square foot and 300 cubic feet or thereabouts of displacement at the 302 elevation. I think it's all between 301 and 302, and it's incrementally replaced. And that's what part of the plantings are for mitigation. If that's what you're referring to, I can get my plan.
Yes, yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm referring to. So the mitigation is for essentially the area that's been displaced and cleared, regraded and so forth. So I guess I'm wondering, why does it have to be regraded and cleared to begin with in order to force the mitigation? Why can't it just be left alone?
That was one of our iterations where, because in the discretion of the commission, if under 1057, there is a provision that if you feel it's inconsequential in aggregate to the flood issues of the local watershed, you can dismiss it, the replication. That was one of our initial proposals, and because we are through the evolution of this process, we abandoned that because that was a discretionary give on the part of the commission. And so we're now back to replicating it incrementally 1-to-1 or over 1-to-1 in time. So we have to cut down to the appropriate elevation. That's, we can't do it on the hillside. We can't ignore it under this scenario. So we have to bring it down to the suitable elevation. And because most of the topography is above that, we are forced.
So Brian, is this a floodplain issue?
Yes. There's a minor amount of floodplain displaced by this. As I said, between the 301, 302 contour, that is, we're quite convinced is theoretical because of the quality of the soils in this area. And it's all driven by the lake elevation, but what I'm saying is it'll never actually flood, even in a Noah's Ark event, but that's an argument we can't really guarantee. So we're willing to replicate that displacement, despite the fact we have a culvert that equalizes.
So those plantings, and let's take the one near the house, those plantings are really a mitigation for the flood, for not replicating the floodplain. Is that correct?
Let me just make sure we're looking at the correct plan. Is there still a plan up?
Yeah, let me share the screen again.
Okay. And
people see that now?
Yep.
Yeah, but it doesn't show. This is not the plan that shows the planting mitigation.
Is it on a different sheet here, Brian?
Should be on page 4, Bob.
Yeah, sheet 4, the cursor is, yeah.
Okay, here we go. Here's sheet 4.
Is it, wait a minute.
Yes, perfect. So this area with all little X's in it, that's indicated as mitigation. That's the one I'm talking about. And there's one down by the crossing on the
just south of our view here.
Crossing as well.
Yeah, I can scroll down some more.
Right.
Right there.
So, but no, I see them. They're both on the. They're both there, Bob.
Yep. That area is that actually is not. That area is not.
No. So what is that? The mitigation for? So the area that we were up there by the house with the X's.
By the house. Okay, over here. I'm sorry. Yeah, area C.
Yeah, this area here.
The 925 square feet.
Yeah,
A
925.
and C. I think A is on. I'm seeing.
And that's just that is not a flood storage. I'm sorry. That is terrestrial restoration because of grading there in the outside the 30. Yeah. That's compliant activity to mitigate, allow for the grading of that area where the that cement pad will be removed, which is kind of the level surface now. There'll be additional grading in that area, and that's a replanting, renaturalizing of that zone between 30 and 50.
So are you saying, Brian, that right now there's an impervious concrete here, and you're going to remove that, and then this is replanting it with natural vegetation?
Correct.
That is correct. It's listed as sort up on the top right side of that page. Planting B and C are for no, keep up, going up. Bob.
Hey,
little
Nick,
plan. Feels that-
Tell us about this one down here.
That
By
is
the
similar.
dri-
That's a grading area that's neat for the improvement of the driveway.
Yeah.
And that's mitigation again, outside 30, within the 50.
Thank you. What are your other questions, Carl?
So the area C though, that is, the area C is not all impervious surface. There is a
No.
pad, but some of that pad is actually.
Oh, no, I wasn't trying to represent that it was all impervious. That's the area orientation. There's that flat pad and some steps and other landscape, hardscape features there that aren't shown in silhouette here. But that's the general vicinity, and that's a grade that was prepared to put a trailer or a tent or whatever was on there, 30 years ago. What we're doing, we're gonna have to do more grading on that same knob of gravel there in order to put a house at on a level footing, and that's what that is about. That it'll be regraded and that'll be restored so that it's instead of having a lawn, many homes around the lake would put a lawn there, either sod or seed, but we're going to restore it more in a more friendly format, we believe.
Yeah, so just to close that area, from my multiple site visits, I do not believe that all of that area needs to be regraded. And so essentially we're removing a lot of trees. And then we're, planting some bushes and things. So I think, again, because of the way the house is situated and the size of it, and the desire to clear a lot of trees, there's just a lot more disturbance that needs to be done. So we're removing a lot of trees and we're not planting many. I know.
We'll still have a 30-foot intact forested buffer, and in this,
I know
one
Mr.
of the
Reddick,
complaints
took
is
a little, or 100 trees being removed in this area.
there's not 100 trees to be removed, but part of the complaints were that if we'll come back and cry that the trees are too close to their home in the future and want to take them down. This certainly abates that issue while and instead of installing a lawn there or some bark mulch, kind of landscaping, we're going to renaturalize it. So we thought that's a preferable scenario than several other alternatives.
Okay, I think there's just much more destruction, and again, there's well over, there's 100 trees, is well over 20 oaks, which are very significant trees to the wildlife that are being removed. Okay, let me move on. The stockpile location seems to be also creating removal of trees just to create room for a stockpile. And I'm wondering why the stockpile can't be consolidated with the other stockpile up by the barn.
You speaking down near the garage?
No, there's a stock right with on the screen we're looking at now, where it indicates the little triangle where the magnetic nail set in the tree. That's where the stockpile is going. And I believe that there is clearing simply to just to put the stockpile there. So why can't the stockpile be why can't there be a single stockpile that's not on this little sensitive peninsula that requires more clearing and more grading and more disturbance?
I'm not seeing that on this plan set, the stockpile designation. I may be missing it here.
It's not on the sheet. It's on some other sheet.
Oh,
But believe me, there's a stockpile right there.
Yeah, I'll switch to a different view of the plan. Because I don't think it's exclusively here we go, to the north, yeah. That's on the spine of the land formation there. There are certainly trees in there, but there's also the hardscape. The wall, I think, is just to the north of that vertical wall. So it's not pristine, but there's certainly trees to be removed from that area.
Yeah, so.
Mr. Chairman?
So, I mean, we're devastating this peninsula enough as it is, and now we're clearing even more trees. It'd be great for the view, but we're clearing more trees just to create a stockpile.
It's really not a view to the north. The view is of more trees directly north of the home. It's not a really view enhancement. Unless I'm wrong, Butch, unless you want to look at the backs of the other trees, but
I wasn't planning on taking any trees there. I mean, the stockpile was generated by the plan by Ross Associates. I'm not opposed to eliminating the stockpile there at all.
can you manage materials? You're in a constrained space there. Do you think you can manage?
Yeah, I mean, knowing what I know how to build a house, I mean, I've built probably several hundred houses in my career. I mean, you just always got to do is I understand why he did it is because he wants to be able to backfill foundations, have resources on the backside of the house to push back against the foundations. But that's fine. You can fill the hole coming in and just walk the excavator on the opposite. I mean, from this side of the property, from this side of the house, and just drop it in. The stockpile does not need to be on the other side of the location.
Well, we can return with a adjusted plan that considers that comment and hopefully eliminates that stockpile area that I was looking at here.
Okay, great. Just a comment on the driveway. We've talked about the walls and the 50-foot. The driveway just again is clearly in the 50-foot, the paved, and as another, we have done everything we can and on other applications to push driveways and paving out of the 50-foot no structure. Clearly, the way this is configured, it can't be pushed out. But it is another structure in the 50-foot, which brings me to a question. There's a requirement in the regulations to submit written requests for waivers. And I haven't seen one. Is there a list of waiver requests for this application?
There is not.
Okay, so I think for our regulations, we're going to need that. Do we even know how many waivers you're looking for with this plan? How many waivers are going to be required?
With the plan as we've described, amending it tonight, I believe it would be one, and that would be relative to the driveway improvements between the isolated vegetated wetland and the BVW. I don't believe there's any other, if we're able to further amend these walls or eliminate the walls to a grading, the walls provide a more safe alternative. A slope is a little dangerous to have a vehicle near it, but we can, and bollards would be, I guess, a structure as well. But if we can reconfigure that easterly wall, the westerly one, it can be tapered in, I think, with less problems. But I believe our only waiver request would be, at this point, would be the placement of the improvement of the driveway over the existing Hall Road within the 30-foot, which, given the scale of this property, 15 acres or 16 acres of land and 1,000 feet of frontage, doesn't seem like a particularly egregious request on the part of the applicant.
I would disagree. I would expect that comment, but I would strongly disagree. I think this is a pretty egregious progress, but I think you get a lot more waiver requests needed than that. I mean, each one of these.
Did I lose contact or?
No, you're good, Brian.
Now, he's been having off and on technical difficulties, so
okay,
he may reinitialize it. Yeah, he may.
Rich,
He's going to have to reinitialize.
Rich, you have questions? Oh, let me ask it on mute first. I asked Rich to unmute. He's got his hand up. Go ahead, Rich.
Yeah, I guess I almost forgot about what I was going to say. I just wanted to clarify my request for the alternatives analysis. And it has more to do with the hardship of the house placement. If you had the 15-acre lot and that location was the only location at which you could put a house, that would give you a different level of hardship, where you have proven that that is not the only location on that lot to build a house. It kind of eliminates the hardship of having only that location to build.
If I could respond, Mr. Chairman, I don't think we're claiming a hardship here. I think what we're claiming as a justification for this is that the proportion of land consumed in this buffer zone or otherwise is comparatively de minimis compared to most of the properties on the lake, new or reconstruction. And that's, we're not saying that this is a hardship that can't be overcome financially or otherwise. I think that would be disingenuous to do so. But what we're trying to, the point we're trying to make here is that the aggregate impacts here, although there's a fair amount of activity within the buffer zone, the ribbon of asphalt is not going to be a deterrent to wildlife, nor is it going to generate hideous amounts of stormwater that require management. There'll be snow plowing that'll be shed to the left and right of it over the top of the esker with a large distance between it and any resource areas. So it's not a crybaby hardship. It's more of a proportionate impact compared to virtually any other, again, new or old construction on this lake or on the Hickory Hills Lake. We think the complaint of some of the commissioners that we're trotting heavily on the environment, and my contention is that we're doing just the opposite by a single house on 15 acres, which for most of the interests of the act will have a de minimis impact. There'll still be a lot of trees on this peninsula to the north and around the home. There'll be probably 10 to 15,000 trees on the aggregate property that will remain intact. So all those ecosystem functions, including those related to the lake, remain pretty much intact here. If everybody used a 5 or 6% density on the house lots around the lake, then you wouldn't have a milfoil or nitrate problem at all. And we think we're in that club. We're in the Gold Star Club. But I know that's not going to resonate well with a couple of the members. But I really do think that this is even though it's a big house and it's a long driveway, it's proportionally, I think it's a de minimis impact in terms of deleterious effects on the protected interests.
Thank you, Brian. You got anything else, Rich?
Not at this point, no.
Is Carl back with us yet? I'm going to ask Carl to unmute. I've asked Carl to unmute.
I hear?
Yes, you are.
There you go.
Thank you very much. Sorry about that. I was here for most of it, but I couldn't get heard. Okay, let me continue. I won't go into the walls along the house. I think we've beaten that. The west wall, I don't see why that wall is required at all. Why grading couldn't be done there that would match the terrain. Those on the walls, the crossing on the south side of the crossing, the walls, the west wall on the south side of the crossing goes quite far into past where the west wall goes. And I did look at that area specifically, and there's quite a few trees there. They're going to have to come down because of that extension of that wall. And I'm wondering why that wall, which I can't see that on the print. Is that wall that wall is in the 50-foot no structure as well, isn't it? Or could it be the 30-foot?
And that's necessitated to constrain the grading there. We could do it probably with a Bush. Please let me know if I'm misspeaking for construction purposes, but we could have graded out further from the driveway western edge, but that wall is a retaining structure. It won't be high exposure of it along most of that reach, but it stops or prevents additional grading. And it's a safety feature to some. It'll provide a curbing surface too. But primarily, it's a grading constraint or to constrain grading. Am I correct, Bruce?
I did.
It doesn't have to be. It's not needed in the overall picture. It's a 1, 2, 3, 4. It's a 4-foot retaining wall essentially that does, hold the grading back a little bit tighter to the house. I can spill that out, or I can actually pull that grade down so it's a little steeper slope there. Those are all small requests.
So we can try to relook at that and see what we can do in a practical manner to reduce the extent of that, Butch.
Yes.
I mean, some of it I think you want to keep, otherwise we'd be grading, but the shallower part of it to the south, I assume can be massaged a little bit, you know, the southerly half of it, or perhaps the extension, as Carl said, where it doesn't meet, isn't, you know, parallel or matched to the easterly wall. Is that, at least that's probably very doable?
Yes. It just, Brian and Carl, I'm not opposed to making changes in this drawing to make it suitable to the commission's needs. I mean, I've been reaching out to all you guys for a very long time. You all know me and Joanne now. I think we all know each other a little too well now. But I mean, I'm looking for exactly what Carl's doing right now. He's dissected the plan. He's asking the right questions. He's asking that to do it what needs to be done. I've been asking for this for a year now, and pecking at it for over a year is not healthy to any one of us. I think each one of us would like to get on to the next and better project. But I mean, for Kyle, I truly appreciate your efforts tonight. I'm glad you spent the hours that you did looking at the drawing and making these comments, because now I can go back to more associates and respond to their needs. I'm willing to make modifications to make this a viable project. So, I mean, I welcome it, Kyle. Thank you. Finally.
Any other comments or questions, Carl?
Yeah, yeah, no, I guess one comment would be, I appreciate the comments, and, you know, we want to do what's best for the lake. I know.
Yeah, we live on the lake too, Carl. You know that.
I know, that's why I know quite well.
My interests are just as much as yours are trying to protect this lake. I mean, I live on this lake now, and Joanne has since the 80s. So we just want to do the right thing by you guys.
You're a beautiful place.
So can we get back to the questions and answers, please?
Yeah.
Let's go back. This plan report. And this should be an easy one, but it's just something I picked up in the proposal or the notes. There's a I'm looking for the right terms here so I can. Oh, the turtle search. It's very interesting reading. And there are reports and things that are going to be submitted to the state on that. And I would hope that in our order of conditions we would be listed as being copied on any of those communications relative to that turtle search. So hopefully that's an easy one.
That's no problem at all. I say so, Mr. Chairman.
There's a catch basin, you know, in the you know, area of the crossing.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty well detailed, and it looks okay. However, it's going to require maintenance, and I'm wondering how that's going to get documented and done, because if that catch basin isn't kept clean, it's simply going to dump all of the, because we know there's going to be a lot of runoff coming down that road from the garage area and above, and it's going to be all going into that catch basin, and that catch basin is going to get full of leaves and pine needles and every other thing. So what is the maintenance plan? Is that documented? And how are we going to make sure that is reported on in perpetuity?
We can get you a document what the proposed maintenance plan for the catch basin is.
Yeah, great.
So
yeah, I'm sure you will. I just want to make sure that in our order of conditions and in the agreement, we would have that, and that it would get submitted. Okay, great.
So
I'm getting very near the end of the list now. One or two things. The septic near the garage. I understand that the Board of Health has approved the septic design.
Yes.
But I also understand that the Board of Health does not take into account So I'm very concerned that that's within 100 feet of a wetland, and wonder why that can't be moved out to where the backup septic system is. There's leach fields.
We lost a little of the commentary there, but it was why it can be why can't it be displaced outside buffer zone? I think is a short question.
Basically.
It would have to be taken quite remote down the driveway with a force main. And again, Butch, you're more on the construction end, but having a 500-foot force main is not particularly desirable, I don't believe, even though it's a small bore, low pressure. I think it's more prone to have an issue, but Butch might have a different retort there.
I mean, obviously, oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
I mean, obviously, there would be a little bit more of increase of structure and pump sizes. I think the initial intent was to place it where it is. Neil from Ross Associates looked into all their regulatory guidelines and placed it there. That was within areas to put the septic system based on all the regulations. And that was obviously a choice to put the first one there and a backup down upland of that. So, I mean, I don't know of any regulatory laws that we mandate you put in that 100 feet outside of what isolated wetland. I think he did all his research. And the Board of Health agreed and concurred.
There is 18 vertical feet of treatment soil, but beneath the leach bed in this proposal. So it's quite a different scenario than if it were 2 feet off the ground or 4 feet, whatever the minimum 5 feet, I guess, for a new structure. We have 18 feet of percolation treatment that will help to denitrify that. And then it's got a considerable horizontal distance before it hits wetlands and even a greater distance before it hits the lake. So a 5-bedroom system in the soil of this nature, I think everybody would acknowledge is a grossly overbuilt system unless you're going to work it hard with all kinds of fats and grease. If you're going to be running a French fryer and dumping it down the sink, you might have problems with this. But a 5-bedroom system in this kind of soil is going to probably last longer than any of us alive today here. And again, the denitrification and treatment of the natural soil belying it is, I think, an outlier on many of the lake homes are on high bluffs, but this has got good 18 feet of nice gravel beneath it that I think mitigates even the 50 odd feet that this leach field is from resource areas.
Yeah, I hear all that. It's a strange argument, though, that it's not reasonable to pump out to where the backup location is, because I mean, isn't that what a backup location is supposed to be? Is where you can use if the first one fails?
Where you can, but most applicants or owners don't ever, especially if it's a challenging one, don't ever intend to use it unless it's a desperation situation. Here, this system could be excavated and reused. Again, we have 18 feet of naturally occurring soil beneath the leach bed. So in all reality, I don't think you or a future owner would ever have to actually adopt that secondary site, but it's for legal purposes, it has to be demonstrated as suitable.
All you'd have to do is draw down from that.
Okay.
It would just be a lot more estimation.
What else you got, Carl?
Okay. Yeah, one thing that I think is a lesson learned for the commission that I would recommend that we are more careful with. Clearly this, until I started reading every single little note on this, really realized how complex this program is and how much detail there is. And I commend the engineers and the owners for working these out. But I think the commission really needs to, on something this complicated, needs to bring in peer review engineers. We're really not, skilled. We lost our engineer So I just throw that out to the commission that something of this magnitude really, I think, should have had a peer review. And my last comment is again to the commission. I would strongly recommend that if this passes, that we do what we've done elsewhere with such delicate areas, that we move the 30-foot no touch out to 50 feet, no touch for this particular property. So that's it. I thank you for your patience and response.
Thank you, Carl. Are there any other comments or questions from commissioners?
Looks like we've got some homework.
So let's review the homework. Because to be honest with you, I was surprised to look at this plan and see walls there after what was said at the last hearing. So if you could read back to us, what the homework is, I think that we would all benefit.
Hey, my stenographer will.
So first, I apologize because I guess I was under the misunderstanding. I thought that the walls just needed to be within the 30-foot no-touch zone. So anyways, so our homework is we're going to talk to Dan Wolf and his company regarding looking at removing the 2 retaining walls in question, moving the stockpile to a different location, providing a waiver regarding the driveway, a letter regarding the turtles, and documentation regarding the catch basin maintenance plan.
And I think, Joanne, just unless I missed it, the attenuation of that southwesterly wall, reconfiguring that so that there's less wall and more grading.
Carl, did they miss anything on your list?
There probably didn't. The one I didn't hear was the stockpile, but I think that was probably there.
Joanne did mention that. Yeah.
Yes, she did talk about that, Carl. Was there anything else, Carl?
I don't see anything. I think she kept a better list than I did.
I don't want to miss anything.
Okay.
Thanks, Carl.
Thank you, guys.
So
Mr.
I'm
Chairman?
looking for a motion to continue to May 19th.
Mr. Chairman, before you take a motion, could I just say one thing?
Sure, go ahead.
The only thing, I appreciate the fact that you guys are willing to look at that stuff that we talked about, the walls, and I think that, that is a pretty critical thing that we're talking about. The only other thing that I would like to say is we've done this in the past with other, developments, is that we would put some sort of a deed restriction on further disturbance into the resource area or, into the area that we have jurisdiction over. So just
surrounding the house.
Surrounding the house, yes.
Yeah.
So, I would like, the members to think about that and also the applicants to think about that as something that we might be looking for. Just to throw that out there, because that's something that I would like to see if we can make this work with everybody. But I'd be looking for a limit on what other improvements were made in the resource area.
So the resource being the 100-foot, Ken?
No, 30-foot.
Well, we're talking about, there's some talk about increasing the no touch out to the 50-foot. So, I think anything within our jurisdiction, basically on this site, I would be looking for some limitations placed on what could happen in the future.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to that at all, guys. But I think the only thing is what Carl has been asking for quite a while is just the place on the dock. I think that would, I still want to hold back a little bit on that. I do intend to put in a dock there. I wanted to be able to have, I want to understand the land, what the beach kids offer and what the water offers in order to place a dock there. Because, you know, there are rocks and there are roots, there are stumps around there. I just don't know it yet. So I believe I would like to put it, and I'm 99.9% confident. Carl, you know the area. Michael, you know the area. Is that, you know, that natural the natural path that comes into the land from the lake, and where the floodplain is, where that sandy beach was at one point in life. That's where I'd like to put the dock, and I believe that's where it's going. I just don't want to be restricted to that, Ken. That's all. Other than that, I would be happy to, you know, limit our resources on the.
We can plant grass though, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we can still have a lawn and some flowers and make it pretty. I mean,
I think what you're asking, Ken, is to limit our buildings in the building zone. Right?
Yeah, no gazebos or tree houses or
I would not be
patios or things like that.
no.
Jack, Jack is muted. Let me unmute him. Jack, I've asked you to unmute. Go ahead, Jack.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hey, just a clarification. We've, with regard to the deed restriction on subdivision, you've declined the option to put that in the restriction?
I don't see why it's necessary.
Yeah.
Okay, so basically you've declined. Is that correct?
I want to be able to, you know, if my son wants to move out there when he gets in his 30s and build a house at the area that in that 15 acres, I want to be able to give him that option.
If it's a possibility, I mean, it'll depend on obviously zoning and planning board 10 years down the road from now. And we don't know what's going to happen in 10 years.
You guys screwed up. I once I gave that one to you guys and you didn't want it.
Yeah. So, okay.
Anything else, Jack?
Well, basically, we're saying that at this point, you prefer not to put that on the deed.
Yes.
So therefore you're declining. Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else, Jack?
No, that's it, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else before we entertain a motion to continue until the 19th? I'm assuming, Brian, you can be ready for the 19th with your to-do list here?
Yeah, most of them, only one of them is even particularly challenging, but yeah, I think we can accommodate that for, you know.
I'm looking for a motion to continue until May 19th.
So moved.
So moved.
Jeff has his hand up.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, roll call vote. Ken Jones.
Aye.
Rich Birch.
Second.
Rich Birch.
He's got his.
He's muted.
No, I'm gonna ask him to unmute. Rich Birch.
Aye.
Thank you, Rich. Katie Child.
Aye.
Carl Luck.
Aye.
Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
Jeff Viviano.
Aye.
And I for myself.
Thank you, guys. Have a good night.
Have a good week, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda, old business payment revote for Eagle projects for work at Laurel Bank and Hollis Road. Tell me what this is about, Matt.
Okay, let me just pull up the agenda here. Okay, we had a couple of Eagle Scouts projects, one at the Laurel Bank Pleasant Street area where the entrance was basically cleaned up and an excellent job was done. However, a gate was made for the entrance that we have a current bill for $1,000, and I can't find any vote on the minute for that.
Probably never voted on it.
Okay, and the Hollis Road property, we had an Eagle Scout that built a bridge on it that we approved, and we did approve his funding. But again, I didn't see a vote on that, and I just wanted a revote on those. The Hollis Road one to use the Hollis Road money, and the Laurel Bank to be taken out of the trust funds like we've been doing.
Okay. Let's do them one at a time. How much is the Hollis Road?
$750.
$750. I'm looking for a motion on Hollis Road to authorize $750 from the Hawes revolving account.
So moved.
A second.
Second.
Roll call vote. Ken Jones.
Aye.
Rich Birsch.
Aye.
Katie Childs.
Aye.
Carl Luck.
Aye.
Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
Jeff Viviano.
Aye.
And I for myself. And then we have the gate on for a Laurel Bank at $1,000. And where are you proposing to take that money from, Matt?
Trust funds.
Trust funds. Okay. I'm looking for a motion.
So move.
Second.
All right, moved in second. Ken Jones.
Aye.
Rich Birsch.
Aye.
Kate Childs.
Aye.
Carl Luck.
Aye.
Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
Jeff Viviano. Jeff.
He's there, but
And I for myself. Jeff abstained, whether he knows it or not. On to our- Jeff, you there? On to our next item on our agenda, deliberation of land use policy. Earlier today, I put on the web a revision to our last land use policy where the only change was an update to the funded organization form. Other than that, it's identical to what's been up there since the last revision. Because and so you know, we had a lively town meeting at which, you know, this was a topic of discussion. There was two things on the agenda there. One was you know, people were opposed to the current move to allow hunting on 2 additional properties with firearms, and people were opposed to moving the prohibition of the possession of firearms to a prohibition, you know, on use except for hunting. And so, does anyone have any comments before we start?
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
I would like to make a motion that we essentially table these approvals for the new regulations, give it 90 days to cool down, and then we take one item at a time as suggested by Mr. Alonso. And that, as we're all aware, the citizens have spoken a lot to us. And I think that no matter what direction we go, we're probably not going to help our cause. The reality is, I look at this as a no win and no lose situation by doing this. Nobody wins any extra benefits. No one loses any benefits. Just sit tight for a little bit and let's discuss each one of those. And perhaps we can do a couple other things along the way that can help us better understand what it is and how we can better serve the citizens, whether they want with having the guns or not. But I just think we need a cool down period. We really do. And
thank you,
come
Jack.
back. Well, no, hold on, Mr. Chairman. That's my motion. I would like to make a motion that
Okay,
we go into a cool down period.
Before I entertain a motion, I want to hear from Katie Childs.
Hold on. No, I somehow put a clapping hand emoji and I don't know how to get it down.
Oh.
Sorry, so just ignore that. So I know I'm kind of the wild card in this situation, which is giving me plenty of anxiety over the past, months. But I just kind of wanted to tell you guys where I am right now. again, so I know you guys are probably wondering. So this is, a topic, a very heated topic of conversation. I have carefully looked at both sides of this argument. I can see both arguments, which does not help me as an indecisive person. But I have to go with my gut. I see, with the townspeople, the response we've gotten, I'm going to have to be a no vote, unfortunately.
A no for what, Katie?
A no for hunting. Oh, and on the other hand, speaking of the whole topic of carrying guns on the conservation lands, I would be actually in favor of that and the opposite, just because I feel like the commission doesn't have the right to restrict if someone, for example, has an LTC. That's their right to be able to carry, and I don't think we can restrict that. So I would be right now a no for hunting and a yes for just the carrying of firearms.
Thank you, Katie. Now I'm gonna go back to Jack Rabbit and ask him if he still wants to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory here.
Feet from the, I will, who's winning and who's losing here? That's what my point is. The jaws of victory are essentially, we just keep it the same way it is for a while, and then we look at each one of those individual items. And, and to Katie's point, I don't have a problem with somebody wanting to carry a concealed weapon on our conservation lands. I do have a problem when somebody's walking around with a 45 strapped to his hip because he's afraid of bears. I mean, those are the things that don't help our cause. So therefore, I am against the annexation of those two properties to allow them to hunt, and I am against the open carry of any firearm on our properties.
Okay, thank you, Jack. So you made a motion. Is someone
Yeah.
going to second Jack's motion that we not do anything on this for 90 days? Seeing no second. Earlier today, Katie called me earlier today and, or not, Katie didn't call. Katie sent me an email earlier today letting me know that, of her position on hunting. I believe that now makes a majority of 4, if everyone votes the way they have in the past, for not expanding hunting to those two properties. And so I took the liberty of preparing an amendment to the regulations that are posted on the on our website, and I'm going to call that up now. Share the screen. Oh. Did I? All right, now I'm going to try again. I'm sorry for my inability to do this quickly. So this is the current draft regulations. This amendment would take and it would eliminate Appendix C. So on section, this section here, it would change Appendix D to Appendix C because it would eliminate the Appendix C. It would take in section 2.4. Can people see this? Am I talking? Can you see this, Mike LaRouche?
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay, good. We take section 2.4 and put in with it, hunting with firearms is prohibited on all conservation lands except Hunting Hill. We'd eliminate section 2.5 entirely, and we'd renumber section 2.6. Any activities which charge fees or collects, we'd renumber section 2.6 as 2.5. And then we would just take and eliminate Appendix C in its entirety, since there's no longer be any firearm hunting. So therefore, there would no longer be any need to educate the non-hunting public about, firearm safety and why hunting is, a relatively safe activity, or what the restrictions are. And Appendix D, which is the land use rules for Hunting Hill, would become Appendix C. So this is a motion. This is an amendment that would enact the draft as written, except that it wouldn't allow it would not expand firearm hunting.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, Carl.
I want to be clear what I understand the document that you've created, which is great that you've done the pre-work for that. I'm just trying to understand process-wise. If there are a couple other things in the document, but how do you handle this? Do you want to make this amendment first and then continue?
I think the way we should go about it is, I think the way I suggest the way we go about it, but I can do it any way people want, is take and amend one thing at a time. Consider one change at a time, and see if there are the votes for it. And so at a minimum, I don't think, based on my knowledge of how people have voted in the past and what Katie just said, that there are votes to ban the possession of firearms. But I could be wrong about that, but we could certainly have a vote to find that out. But I do think there are the votes to not extend hunting. And so that's why I prepared this draft. And so, yes, I think the answer to your question, Carl, is yes. Do this amendment. So first do a thing to amend the draft, and do a test and do a vote on that. Where someone makes a motion and second, and we vote on it. We have discussion, and then if there are any further amendments, consider those one at a time, and then vote on the thing as a whole. That's what I'm proposing, Carl.
I would agree with that process completely, and if that is the process, I would like to make a motion that we make the amendments as drafted by the chair.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Further discussion. Is everybody unmuted? A roll call vote. Ken Jones.
I'm going to vote no.
Rich Birsch. Rich Birsch, is he unmuted? Is he here?
His hand's raised.
Raising his hand.
Well, I'm sorry, I got to ask him to unmute. Where is he? I've asked him to Rich. Did you have something you wanted to say before I continue the roll call vote? Rich, I did not realize you were muted.
No, I guess I'm just a little disappointed. That's all, after 9 months of hashing this out.
Yep.
You know, I do think it's our duty as the stewards of the land to make sure that all of the people have access to some of the property. It shouldn't be that some of the people control access to all of the property. So I am a little disappointed in that, so, but I would vote no on the motion.
Thank you, Richard. Katie Childs,
Aye.
Carl Luck,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
Jeff Viviano,
No.
and I vote aye. The motion carries. Are there further amendments that people wish to propose? The firearms hunting would go, the carrying of firearms would go over in, let's see, where is it? In 1.4. Right now it says the use of firearms, pellet guns, we'd go back to the language where it's in 1.4 would say the possession or use of firearms or similar or similar weapons. We'd have to cross out non-lethal and we'd have to put in the possession or use. Does anyone wish to make such a motion?
Mr. Chairman,
Carl
I would
Luck.
like to make that motion.
Carl Luck, do we have a second?
I would second that.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion on that?
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I'm sure, I'm absolutely confident, I know for a fact that a lot of folks, when they do go out and use our lands, they are carrying a concealed weapon. It's understandable that they would. And it's, and as far as I'm concerned, as long as we don't see it, I don't cause a public outrage, and I don't cause a situation where people won't want to embrace our conservation lands. So my question would be, can we limit the type of weapons you carry? Can they walk around our conservation lands with a long rifle or an openly displayed handgun? If we can just come back and say concealed weapons only, then I would support this, but not making it visual, I don't think helps our cause in terms of trying to get more people to feel comfortable utilizing our conservation lands. So if it's doable, I would support this, but we make sure that it has to be concealed.
Thank you, Jack. Richard Birch.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Rabbit and I have had this discussion a couple times, and unfortunately, and I'm sure everybody's aware of this, the commission has absolutely no personnel or resources to actually enforce any sort of regulation like that. And I would think that anybody in the public would be smart enough not to have an expectation that we can control what type of guns are carried on the property, other than to state that they should be legally licensed and the carrier be legally licensed. I think we don't do the public any service at all in putting regulations in place that we can't enforce, nor have any intentions of enforcing, unless Mr. Rabbit's going to be walking the woods daily trying to enforce these regulations.
And frisking people at the same time, right?
The whole expectation thing. I mean,
yeah. And Rich, we've had.
What you want to do is give people expectations that they can't have. We can't police it. So, I'm not sure how we can tell people what kind of guns or what time of day or anything like that they can do it. I mean, it either has to be an all or nothing.
Thank you, Richard. Any further discussion? Katie Childs.
Mr. Chair, sorry, I'm falling asleep here. Just to clarify, I just want you to clarify, what did you say? What motion did you make?
I didn't make the motion.
Or what?
Kyle made this motion, if made, if this motion passes, we will be banning the possession of firearms on conservation land.
Okay, thank you.
Any other further discussion or clarification?
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, Jack, again.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With regard to the debate that Rich and I have had, and it's been a really good one, and friendly and very, very positive in terms of our friendship, but I believe that if we don't create an expectation, right, that you're not going to walk around or with guns, you know, or if we do create the expectation, we create this risk and reward relationship. And if someone doesn't know that they aren't supposed to be walking around with a long rifle, then you know what, they will. But if we put in the regulations, at least we have the ability to say, you know, you really shouldn't have that there. And if you're kind of caught, we don't like that. I think we need to be saying something like that. And I do relate to people that feel at risk. So therefore, allow the concealed, but don't touch the rest. And I believe I had a long talk with Adam Costner, and I did in last week with regard to a number of issues. And one of them was the fact that I believe we can regulate what we ask people to the firearm that they kind of have, the visible, the concealed. But Adam recommended against it because now we're going to get into this long debate. So if we can't come back and regulate at least force the concealed weapon, then I would take the position that we don't allow them, and people will carry them in, and I promise you nobody's going to be frisking them because no one has. And in other words, keep it the way it is. And that would be probably the best thing we could do. Thank you.
Rich, you got your hand up again, or is that an artifact?
No, I'll put it down.
Thank you. Then I'm going to call for a roll call vote. So if this motion, a yes vote would ban the possession of firearms, a no vote would not ban the possession of firearms. Ken Jones.
No.
Rich Birch.
Nope.
Katie Childs.
No.
I thought you just said you were Kyle Luck.
No, what?
Carl
I
Luck.
Oh, thank you. I thought I got caught off. Yes, aye.
Jack Rabbit.
Yes.
Jeff Viviano.
No.
And a no for myself. So it does not pass. Does anyone care to make any other motions for amendments to the draft regulations?
Mr. Chairman.
Carl Luck.
This it's not a clean motion. It's relative to the two attachments for overnight camping and the, what do we call it, business something or other.
Yep.
Okay. I think they both need some work. I'll start with the overnight camping one.
I think that it's my personal opinion that the commission can tweak that they're appendices, that they're not part of the regulations, and the commission can tweak these forms, you know, outside of the outside of the you know, public hearing and you know, and all of that process. You know, and the other, and so I don't know if that helps at all, Carl, or hurts, or if people don't agree with my posture on that. Go ahead, Carl.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing that. I conceptually I agree with you. I think, but I don't. I agree that we should be able to tweak those, which means I think we need to take them out of the regulation. They are part of the regulation because they're referenced in the regulation. We reference and we in the regulation, we refer to, you can do it, but you have to complete this form. So I think if they are physically referenced and included in the regulation, they are part of the regulation, and we would have to go through the process. I would rather see, and I think we have the discipline to simply in the regulation say that you have to complete and have approval as we pretty much say, but don't refer to the form and attach it. So I think if we pull them out, we can continue to work them, and I'd be happy to work with you, Matt, whoever, on just some cleanups and to make them more consistent. Right now, each one of them has some good stuff, but the other one doesn't, and so my recommendation, I guess my motion would be that we modify the language in the regulation that application and approval of the Conservation Commission is required, but we do not make the forms part of the regulation.
Okay, and so, well, then I would, if we were gonna do that, how do you feel then about appendix, the appendix where we list the land use regulations for, for Hunting Hills? These are the land use regulations for Hunting Hills. On the right side there, we reference those, but we can't change those unilaterally. That has to be a three-part, with Shirley and Mass Wildlife. Do you think we can still, and to be honest with you, one of the first things that's going to happen when I can stop devoting so much time to land use regulation revision is, to have another meeting, because there hasn't been a meeting, I don't think, since we acquired the property, of this three-part body that's supposed to regulate, Hunting Hills, to address some of the issues, that came up during the public hearings, in a town meeting.
Right. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think you've expanded it appropriately, and I've done a lot of contract work, and we can reference the Hunting Hill document. If you reference something, it doesn't make it part of it. But if the way we've done it with the other documents, we've made it part of the requirement. So I agree with you. All three of those we have to be careful. Because we don't want to because right now we're a little tangled up, and I know you're going to address it next. We're a little tangled up with the special permit for bow hunting. And the reason we're tangled up is because those requirements embed our land use requirements in them. And we need to be careful not to embed other requirements in our land use regulation, or we'll get into that same.
So Carl, how about if you make a motion to amend the regulations so that they reference the forms and the Hunting Hills regulations without incorporating them as part of the regulations?
Yeah, I think that's right. I'd like to make a motion that we modify the regulations regarding the overnight camping and the business use to require that approval is required by the Conservation Commission, and refer to forms, but do not embed the forms in this document. And that we also, on the Hunting Hill, that we include a reference to that document, but not including it in this document.
Well, not included as part of the regulation.
I'm sorry?
We're going to attach it to the regulations, but it won't be part of the regulations.
But it can be by reference only, not part.
Right.
It's key to have the use for reference only.
It's cleaner to have one that changes.
Do we have a second to Carl's motion?
I would second Carl's motion.
Oh, we have a motion, a second. Is there further discussion? Roll call vote. Ken Jones.
Aye.
Rich Birch.
Aye.
Katie Childs.
Aye.
Carl Luck.
Aye.
Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
Jeff Viviano.
Aye.
and I for myself. I will attempt to do that, and I will run it by, I'd be happy to run it by Carl, or I could take and make sure Adam Costa is good with it. Before we take, are there any other motions to amend the draft as they stand?
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
Yeah. With regard to the hours, the dusk to dawn, hours versus being open around the clock.
Yeah.
I did have a chance to hear from a number of other people recently, and there's a concern, especially among the abutters community, that especially our younger generation who might want to go out into the woods and have a couple of brews or something.
Well, they'd be breaking the rules then, Jack.
They're breaking the rules. Okay, let's just say having a good time. They're concerned about people walking through their next to their
Jack, are you
properties.
making a motion?
Yes, I would like to amend it to essentially going back to dusk to dawn.
All right. Anyone want to second Jack's amendment?
I'll second Jack's amendment.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Ken Jones?
No.
Rich Birch?
Same.
Katie Childs? Katie Childs? She still with us?
Maybe she fell asleep.
No, she's there.
She's there. Katie's there.
I think she's muted.
No,
she's not muted.
It looks like she's trying to talk over. Her mic's turning green or something.
All right, Katie, put one finger up for yes, two fingers up for no.
Well, we can't see Katie.
I can see her. I just can't hear her.
From Katie.
She
to everyone.
says, hold on, she's chatting. She says, hold on, she's having issues on her end.
What a night. What a tech night.
Thank you.
Carl
Ken.
Luck. We'll come back to Katie. Carl Luck.
Aye.
Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
Jeff Viviano.
No.
I vote no.
I'm back.
Yes or no, Katie?
I vote no.
Thank you, Katie. Are there any other amendments people care to make? Then, before someone makes a motion to approve the land use regulations as amended, I'd like to discuss the effective date. I think we should delay the effective date for a while. But I'm wide open, to discussion about that. What do you want to have for an effective date?
Why would you not have it for a while, Bob?
I don't know, because actually it's not a change from the present practice, present thing. So that's an excellent question. It makes me rethink my original statement that I just made 30 seconds ago.
Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, I'm not against the, putting the date out a bit for a reason, but it is a change. We are allowing carry now.
So, I guess I'd be most comfortable if it didn't go into effect until after the commission had viewed the final document on the 19th. So I guess, I'm looking for maybe an effective date of the 20th.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, Jack.
Thank you, sir. Because the two issues with regard to the firearms and hunting were closely aligned, even though they were totally different, I would think that we would give the public a chance to make or have a night of comment with regard to the firearm issue, and give them and we can sense what they've come back and said to us, and then we would if we get a negative response saying no, we don't want that, then we can come back and look at that again. It's just that clearly this one issue got put to bed, and I think that, as suggested by a number of folks, let's not push this immediately. Let's give people a chance to say, okay, what about carrying firearms? And again, give the public a chance to have comment specific to that environment that they're enjoying.
So you think we have?
And so therefore you give it 90 days on that, you let it sit for, this is the way we're going to do it. And unless there's some sort of major outrage or some sort of major pushback, we would continue to, we'd continue with allowing firearms, but give the public a chance to feel like they have a say in this, and that they're not, it's not being railroaded down, their throats. It's simply a chance to make public comment on that particular item for 90 days or something. We don't want to make the same. We want to give the public a chance.
We got your message, Jack. Carl Luck
Okay.
has his hand up. Go ahead, Carl.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I'm not completely aligned with Jack's feeling that we need to give the town more opportunity to comment on something that was really done. But I do think we need some time, now I think about it, because we have changed the possession. So I think we need some time for the public to be made aware of that, because it's an important change. And how we do that, we need to discuss. And I also think we need to have signage at the at the kiosks that makes that rule clear, so people going in there understand that it's okay to carry. Not to encourage people to carry, but to let people know that is the rule. So I would think, and we're going to have some discussion on that, and some signs have to be made. So I think 60 to 90 days, or we peg the effective date at the 19th meeting.
Mike LaRouche. I asked him to mute Mike. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, I agree with Carl. I think when you make a change like this, I think people need notice that something is about to change, and whether or not it's something that will change the commission's mind, that's not the point. The point is, I think you just need to be upfront and say, hey, this is a change, and whatever it is, give a reasonable amount of time for people to digest it, and then signage appropriate to that change. So everything sounds like it's done in a professional and transparent way, and I think that might be a good way of doing it. What do you think?
I'm reluctant to string it out much longer. I didn't want to implement them. I mean, typically, the last set of regulations, supposedly they went into effect the night they were adopted, and I don't think that's appropriate. But as chairman, I gotta say that this has been grueling. This has been grueling. It's been horrible. This process, and I am anxious for it to be over.
Amen.
I understand that, Mr. Chairman, but I still think you need to give people some sort of notice that a change is being made. And I'm not saying that we need to give 90 days as Mr. Rabbit has suggested, but I think there must be a number of days between no notice, some notice, and a reasonable notice.
How about July 1st?
You think we can get signs printed by then, Mr. Chairman?
Well, we could certainly have the land use rules. I mean, to be honest with you, one of the things that's gone on the back burner through all of this is working on the grant and doing something meaningful with our kiosks. All over the place, we have kiosks that are absolutely devoid of any content. It's an embarrassment.
I agree.
And, you know, so I wanted to take, you know, and have our land use rules printed, you know, put on the kiosks, you know, to have, you know, trail safety information printed on the kiosks, you know, and the You Are Here maps printed, you know, and distributed. So, and I think we could do that, you know, by July 1st.
Mr. Chair, that sounds reasonable to me, but I'm a non-voting member.
Well, but your opinion is always valued, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mike, you can have my vote. You can vote for me, Mike.
Someone please make a motion to adopt the rules as amended.
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead, Carl.
I would like to move that we adopt the rules as amended with an effective date of July 1st.
We have a second.
Second.
Roll call vote. Ken Jones.
I appreciate the work everybody's done on this, and you know we've come a long way, but unfortunately I have to vote no.
Rich Birch.
I am a no.
Katie Childs.
Aye.
Carl Luck.
Aye.
Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
Jeff Viviano.
I'm a no as well.
And I for myself.
Effective date there.
I got some things to say, but I'm going to wait till public comment at the end. Enforcement. Matt, take us through enforcement.
Okay, let me pull the agenda up. 313 Leominster Road. I just issued an enforcement order on that particular property. I had comment from the portal when there was a building permit applied for a garage. And I've requested the owner to file a request for determination of plans. However, it was brought to my attention that there was some cutting done going through the power line easement going to the house, through the Catacudamount Brook. And when I looked at it, there was planks in still for a crossing. So I investigated the issue, managed to get a contact with Unitil because Unitil actually wound up doing the cutting, and I asked them why. And according to the records, it wasn't this particular homeowner. He just bought the property. It was the prior person who started the rehab work. Apparently the lines were de-energized back during the 2008 ice storm, and they had to go through and do the right-of-way maintenance for re-energizing the area. The technicality is the right-of-way exemptions that normally apply to power lines apply to public right-of-way power lines. They don't apply to private home power lines. That would require a filing with the Conservation Commission. So the enforcement order that I just issued basically would call for the applicant to account for it on the plans. I asked for, and I think I've discussed this with some of you as before the enforcement happened, that I wanted the plans filed because there's riverfront, floodplain, other resource areas. So the past impacts on that property need to be memorialized. In speaking with Unitil, they've pledged to go in and make sure the area is cleaned up, planks removed. They don't, in their estimation, somebody else may have put the planks back in because they usually remove any crossings that they put up. So they're going to go in and yank them out. I've advised the property owner that no further work can take place on that property. So right now, he has hired a surveyor, and the surveyor's in the middle of doing the plans. On 90 Ruth Street, the RDA has been filed by the homeowner as required under the enforcement order. That's slated. I put May 5th. I put May 15th. I apologize. It meant the May 19th meeting. So that will be on our agenda for the May 19th meeting. Under enforcement for the town of Lunenburg, Fire Road 12, it is on the cloud for your review. There was the proposed outline plan submitted by Dillison Roy on behalf of the town as a complimentary pro bono work for the town, showing the area of the parking that needs to be removed. If you guys want to take that up on at the next meeting, I can put it back on the agenda as an NOI hearing. And actually, it wouldn't qualify for the May 19th. It would be too late. I could put it on for the June 5th meeting. So I don't know how you guys feel about that.
You're talking about Fire Road 12?
That is correct.
I thought they already filed an NOI.
They did, but we continued it and put it at bay because we had the enforcement action, because we didn't have a plan. Now we have a plan. So I can re-advertise and put it back on the agenda for the June, I forget the first June date meeting. But we can put it on for that one.
Should be June 2nd, it looks like.
June 2nd, okay. I could put it on for that meeting.
Let's do that.
So in the meantime, it's in tonight's meeting cloud, what was submitted, if you guys want to look at it.
Yeah, I did look at it. It looks pretty good.
Okay. 615 Townsend Street. I have reminded the property owner, Val Barros, that he has until the end of this month to get that area fully stabilized and all the items on the enforcement order to be removed or to be cleaned up. He is in process. I haven't noted any erosion events going off his property, so that is on time. On 467 Lancaster Ave, you guys asked me to keep that on the agenda while I monitor the area to ensure that there's no further violation or any type of, make sure that it's regrowing in. So far, it's status quo on that. So we're just going to keep that on the agenda through the growing season to see how it does. The property owner actually did apply for a building permit, but they were for interior renovations to the house. On Fire Road 16, I actually wound up making a connection with the environmental compliance person that Keatings has hired. The gentleman's name is Doug Vigneault. He actually was a former DEP employee, really good guy. We have each other's cell numbers now, so I have a direct leash line to the person that is working for Keatings. Now, on the Keatings issue, the reason why apparently it was going to a vacuum is Keating properties are divided amongst their relatives in 12 different trusts. What has been done and what has transpired since I made contact was he went down with one of his crew to Fire Road 16, reviewed the area that I reviewed with him over the maps, and has agreed to go in sometime this month when, they have a spare piece of equipment. They're going to go in, they're going to dig out the fill, it's basically compost material, yard waste material, and any other material around the property that has been deposited. They're going to dispose of it, and then they're going to put up two Jersey barriers to prevent entrance on the property and a gaming camera to monitor. So he was very cooperative and very, very thoughtful with his suggestions, I thought. So that's underway, so that can stay on the agenda until then.
Excuse me, Matt?
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
That's great news. There's about 100 feet down that road on the same side. Did you look at that one too, that is just starting to have the same issue?
Yeah, he spotted it. He was none too pleased. He did the same thing I did, Carl. He went to all the neighbors like I did, and they
good.
basically
So
all
he's
said the same things to him that they said to me. So yeah, no, they have
Okay,
noticed.
so he's
it.
gonna,
Yeah, he's gonna go in and have it all cleaned out.
and so he's gonna, both of them.
Yep. That is correct.
Both
Everything will be cleaned.
situations, Matt, or, okay, great.
Yes, everything will be cleaned off that property.
Super, thank you.
Yep. 48 Oak Ridge Road, I actually wound up connecting with Mrs. Tufts via Zoom call late last week. Apparently, the reason why they haven't responded was because both of them were very sick and in the hospital with COVID-19. She has recovered. He is still recovering, although they are both home. Apparently, what has been done on the property is the area that we approved, I believe, a deck expansion. They've put an awning over it because Mrs. Tufts, when she's exposed to too much sunlight, has an issue with skin cancer. There's been like no expansion of the area in and of itself. The additional canopy that was out there that was on the property has been removed. They were trying to do like temporary tents, but because of the breeze from the lake, the very strong winds, it kept basically blowing it away, and they just don't want to be fighting that fight anymore. So at this point, I'm not sure which direction the commission wants to go in. You guys can tell me what you want to do.
Matt?
Yeah.
So Matt, just to clarify, because we're not talking about over the small deck they had, but the patio.
Yep.
And there's a wooden structure that looks like a roof over the patio. Are you
Yeah,
saying
that's what they did.
That there's no roof on that wooden structure?
I'm sorry, what was that?
So there's a roof over the patio.
That is correct.
There's a roof over the patio.
That is correct.
Okay, that's the problem. Okay, that's not permitted.
That's correct.
We did not approve it. We did not approve a roof over the patio. So that was the potential violation.
Well, that's why I'm asking for direction. What do you want to do from here? NOI, yay?
I thought we gave direction, and there was a letter to be sent that they were in violation.
There was 2 letters to be sent, and the reason why they didn't respond was because they were hospitalized.
Carl, you are listening to him when he says they were both sick in the hospital with COVID, right?
Are you telling me about?
We here, guys?
Yeah, I'm not sure if Bob was addressing that to me. I understood that. I understand that they're sick, and that's creating a timing issue. But I'm not clear why you'd be asking the commission what we want to do, because if there's a violation, maybe we have to, give them some timing, some relaxation on timing. But if there's a violation, I don't think the violation goes away because somebody's sick.
I wasn't claiming that.
What I was asking,
what I was asking was direction on whether or not the commission wanted me to ask them to file for an NOI or a request for a determination.
And so how close to the water is, first of all, how big is this roof?
It's the same size as the patio.
Which is?
I don't recall the exact dimensions, Bob.
But no, 10 by 10, 20 by 20.
It's under 20 by 20, but it looks a little bigger than 10 by 10.
So like 12 by 12 or something like that?
Yeah, something like that.
And how far from the water?
It's about 30 feet. Might be 28, but I think it's about 30 feet.
So it's within the no structure zone.
Well, everything would be in the no structure zone because the patio was right at 30 feet, if I recall correctly. That was something that we examined.
My recollection too, we look at the print, I thought the patio, it went up to the 30, so the entire patio is within the no structure zone.
Yeah, I mean, the whole back of the house is within the no structure zone.
Correct.
In fact, if I recall correctly, Carl, correct me if I'm wrong, but the patio is basically a replacement of a pre-existing.
Yeah, the patio isn't the issue. We permitted the patio, but it was a patio, not a covered patio. Because
Okay,
it was,
so
as
I
you
mean,
say,
I
we
can
permitted the
have
patio
them,
because
I can have them file an RDA on it. I just want to make sure you guys are comfortable with the RDA because I don't want them to have an RDA and then have to file an NOI after.
I'm personally good with the RDA, but I'm only one member.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Carl.
my concern with an RDA is that if we file an RDA and there's no precedent. Matter of fact, there's precedent that we would not allow them to cover that patio. We've been in exactly this situation before, and we do not allow a covered patio in the no structure zone. So if they file an RDA and we deny the RDA, then what do they do next?
Well, if you're referring to,
file an NOI.
if you're referring to Marley Dixon's
But why don't
RDA,
we?
I seem to recall that that was in the 30-foot zone. And they were proposing a roof drain to go into the ground, which was why you guys denied the RDA. This one would be out
No,
of the 30-foot zone, but in the 50.
There are several. There are several. The one I was thinking of was the one at 25 Pearl, where they wanted to put a cover over the patio, over the deck that exists, and we said no. So there's several cases that, yeah. So that's why I don't know how to not frustrate the hell out of these people if we stick with our precedent, which is you can't put a cover over a patio in the 50-foot no structure zone. So I thought we had a process, and I thought where they would come in and we would discuss it, that you don't necessarily need an RDA, to file something that's just not allowed. You come in and plead your case, and and then you decide what to file, or there's no point in filing because it's just not compliant with regulations.
Well, I mean, I can assist them with the file. The issue I have is that, again, we have a COVID-19 issue. She's recovered, but she's still suffering some after effects. He is still suffering some after effects. So this kind of like puts a little bit of a wrinkle in the procedure. And my contention is, while we can't throw our regulations out the window, obviously, we need to be sensitive to that. So I'm willing to help them with the filing. I'm simply asking for a direction.
Ken Jones.
I guess another question that I have for this is, it was unpermitted through us. Was there a building permit issued to build a roof structure over the patio?
I didn't see anything.
Okay, so I would say let's work with the building official, because if it's unpermitted through us and it's unpermitted through him, it's not a permitted structure. So I mean, he would also have jurisdiction over this where it was not permitted. If it's not permitted, then he should tear it down, and that should be part of the enforcement order. And I don't think we need to have him in for an RDA or a notice of intent. I think we should just order him to tear it down. But I wouldn't recommend doing that without consulting with the building official first.
Okay, because I mean, I'll talk to the building official. He may just turn around and have him retroactively permit it.
But it's not something that we would permit if it was proposed. So why would we even go through the whole process of making them file an RDA, making them file a notice of intent, and then at the end of it all, make them tear it down? Let's just order them to tear it down.
Again, the very reason, Ken, why I am bringing it to your attention in this manner.
I would make a motion that we instruct Matt to issue an enforcement order that the structure is removed by July 1st.
Second.
Motion and second. Any further discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, wasn't it stated this was a pre-existing structure?
No.
Oh, okay. I thought that I'd heard that. Never mind.
Any other further discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Jeff Viviano.
my memory is that they had a covered porch there, but I could be wrong. Carl, do you have any recollection of that, or I thought they tore something down and rebuilt it, but,
No, I know for a fact they did not.
okay, all right.
The Terrells who used to live there, they didn't have one either.
Matt, I'm sure when you take and you send them the enforcement order, if they got pictures of something that was there, they'll produce them.
Okay.
We have a motion and a second. And any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Rich.
I might just recommend that we add to the enforcement and tear down order that if they do wish to appeal that decision, that it can be done by filing an RDA with the commission.
That's an excellent suggestion. Does
Like
does the motioner and seconder accept that?
I would accept that with the caveat that, they're getting an order to tear it down. So I would be leery to say that we would renege on that, but sure, that's fine with me.
Unfortunately,
Or
we have
at
to give
least come
them
in and
at
have a
least an
discussion
opportunity
before
to
we,
appeal if they want to.
put them through the RDA drill. If they got some evidence or something to the contrary, I see both sides of the issue. It's like you don't want them. If the answer is just going to be no in the end anyway, why would we put them through the whole RDA ringer?
Exactly.
And I guess that's what my intent of the motion was.
Yep.
To prolong this, we're going to make them file an RDA, and then they're going to come in and we're going to have a positive finding, and then we're going to make them file a notice of intent. And then the end of this whole thing, we're going to say tear it down anyway. After 3 months, we might as well just tell them to tear the thing down.
Well, may I make a suggestion?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Instead of issuing an enforcement order to tell them to tear it down right now, why don't I issue them basically a letter requiring them to appear by Zoom in our next meeting so we can go over this issue with them and discuss it. If they have any evidence that it was pre-existing, which Carl's saying that there's no way it was, they would need to present it. That way we can speak with them directly. When I've dealt with enforcement issues in the past over the last 30 years, when an issue like this with COVID-19, which is a very vicious illness, and they've suffered a lot of effects, comes into play, throwing an enforcement order at them like that, it's just kind of adding to what they're stressing out to right now. I think bringing them in and having a discussion with them, okay, we can come to an understanding of what the regulations are and go over it with them, people to people. I think that would be more productive. It would go to Ken's point and the point I was trying to make, not wasting a time on a filing that would be denied anyway. And I think it would actually wind up expediting the issue more than prolonging it out with filings. You guys have a lot of flexibility to act under enforcement. So I'm just asking that we be sensitive to the issues that they have gone through. I've seen a lot of people go through this illness, including my own relatives. So I'm asking the commission for a little bit of leeway on this. I know it's not according to Hoyle, but I would not bring this to you in this manner if I didn't feel that strongly. So I'm asking for deference based on my experience here.
Mr. Chairman, I couldn't agree with Matt more. It's what I was clearly not very able to say when I was having this discussion earlier. And I thought this was the process, that you would notify someone and then there would be a meeting. There wouldn't be filing. So I fully support Matt's suggestion.
And so Ken made the motion. And
I made the motion and I would withdraw my motion at this point in time.
Thank you. So Matt, why don't you take and invite these people to Zoom in at the next meeting?
I'll be more than happy to, and thank you very much.
But please also have a discussion with them, explaining to them that the likely outcome is that they're going to have to tear it down.
Yeah, I will tell them that. And Ken, I will also speak to the building commissioner in the morning.
No, I think that that should be appropriate. If it's a new structure and it's not permitted by anybody, then he needs to be notified also.
Thank you. 205 Arbor?
205 Arbor, I did speak to DEP. regarding the agricultural exemption. And they honestly don't encounter situations like this often, and they are debating it right now. They are going to get back to me. The whole issue is basically when you look at the way the regulations are written, the regulations are written to prevent humans from impacting a resource area, not animals. And as that operation definitely qualifies as an exempt agricultural activity, they need to determine based on regulation, because it's the state regulation that would apply here, not the local bylaw, because it would be exempt from the local bylaw because it's agriculture. They need to determine whether or not the fact that it was physically moved by a person is regulatory. And I know it sounds kind of silly, but the way regulations are written and what it was intended for can cause these kind of snafus. So leave it to us to take a pile of horse manure and create an issue for DEP to debate. So as soon as they, yeah, believe me, the agent I was dealing with at DEP, who is a stickler for regulation, she's awesome, Kim Roth, was laughing uproariously at that concept. But they are going to have a serious discussion about it, and they will get back to me. So I should have an answer by the next meeting.
Okay. Anything else under enforcement, Matt?
From the looks of my list, that's it.
Thank you so
Mr.
much.
Chairman?
Go
Mr.
ahead,
Chairman,
Jack.
what happened to the Lancaster Avenue newly found dump? Is there anything happening in that?
Are you talking about the Leominster Road one?
It's right there.
Oh,
at the
maybe it's
top.
Leominster. I've not been there. We've not had a site visit.
Well, maybe we should, now that we've got a good seasonal weather, maybe we should do a site visit on our next Saturday inspections.
It's right at the
Okay.
top of the list there, Jack.
I'm sorry, I missed that. Usually I'm staring at two screens. I'm down to one small one in a camper.
But
Yeah, and everybody's having
but-
technical
but
difficulty.
Jack, you have an excellent point, and it is time for us to schedule that site visit, on a Saturday when we don't have, 5 other places to go to.
There you go. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Jack, for bringing it up. Nothing on the new business. No update in the trails grant that I want to talk about tonight. Certificates of compliance, none. An extension permit, none. Committee reports. Time's up.
That's okay.
It's 11:09, Jack.
I know. You don't want to hear about stuff.
Administrators reports, action items. I don't see anything. No.
I do have one I would like to bring up really quick.
Sure, go ahead.
One of the, when we voted to do the funding on one of the items, and looking at my notes, there was another item that we had where we had an emergency repair at the Hollis House by Skilling's because the entire water pumping system for the house went.
Ew.
So I would like authorization to open up a purchase order that would have Skilling's do normal maintenance work. I can get pricing from them, but I would have to put the $2,400 down that it cost to fix that system. Again, it was an emergency repair.
Is
and they
this
had
at
no water.
Hollis?
Yeah, Hollis Road.
Absolutely. I'm looking for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
All right, a roll call vote. Ken Jones.
Aye.
Rich Birsch. Katie Childs.
Aye.
Carl Luck.
Aye.
Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
Jeff Viviano.
Aye.
And I for myself. Speaking of which, where are we, Matt, with, we had discussed, there was a whole raft of repairs that need to be done there, but it was gonna come to more than 10 grand. And so therefore you needed to talk with the town treasurer about how to go about it. Where are we with all that?
I have to redo the whole bid because I'm just not getting responses from anybody. I'm not getting responsive bidders. So I'm working with Julie to do the bid process over and do advertising in a different way to hope we get more responses. I've only gotten one response. We need a minimum of 3.
Good luck in this in this economic climate. We'll get.
Oh, I think that's what part of what has to do with it.
Of course,
I
it
actually
has what to do with it.
I actually got one response with the bid that put it over the 10,000 and a response saying, sorry, I don't have time to do the work.
Yeah. Open space, land and trail use issues. Open Space Committee didn't meet last month, and we may meet this month, although I'm not, we're kind of at an impasse. I think it's time for us to discuss the Reno Hollis cutting plan, maybe the first meeting in June.
Yeah, I mean, I've had them posted on the cloud so you guys can review them.
Yeah.
I will ask Gary to attend the meeting so he can review it with you guys.
So yeah, or maybe we should do it the second meeting in June so it's televised.
Okay.
Let's do it the second meeting in June so it's televised.
So that would be what, the 16th?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
There any other business come before this commission? Any comment from the board? I've been very disappointed how divisive the hunting issue was. You know, I started this process back in November. All I wanted to do was take and revise our land use regs. So to make it clear that hunting with firearms wasn't allowed because some people thought there was ambiguity in our present regs. And to take and make it so people could do trail work, you know, without violating our rules, because our rules basically said you couldn't do anything without permission, which was ridiculous. So we'll, you know, and instead we had this non-existent trail stewardship program, which, you know, no one's ever done anything about, so nothing ever happens, you know, and you know, and then the hunting with firearms came up, and it was just so divisive. And you know, I was willing to take when there was 4 members. I've always been against hunting with firearms. I mean, I think I made that clear from the very beginning. But I was more than willing to support if 4 members were in favor of firearm hunting. You know, I was even though I'm opposed to firearm hunting, I was going to vote for the regulations in the end. But I understand the people who voted no tonight, because I'm very confident that if the vote had gone the other way, you know, there'd be at least 2 members who never would have voted for the regulations, no matter what happened. But it's just disappointing, you know, that it's been so divisive and so hard on the commission. You know, I can't tell you how many extra hours this has taken me, you know, getting legal opinions and, you know, and revising the rules and the abuse I've taken, you know, on Facebook and in town meeting and every place else. So, you know, and I know other members, you know, have had, you know, been abused. It was very disappointing to me to go to town meeting and hear a member of this commission say when people ask, what is your vision? What is your mission? We all kind of looked at each other and said, we don't have one. They have no mission. They have no vision. The second hat the Conservation Commission puts on is stewards of conservation land. That's where we're failing, or rather, that's where they are failing. They have no strategy. That's not true. Someone came and proposed, you know, that we take and we adopt a written mission statement and a written vision statement. And we said no, because we think that it's inherent in, you know, we adopted is at the preamble to our land use rules, the definition of passive recreation, because the whole purpose of conservation lands is passive recreation. And we said we have the definition of passive recreation, and that's our mission statement. So for someone to stand up who's a member of this commission and represent to all the people out there in the town you know, that the members of this commission have no vision and have no mission, you know, I'm offended by that. So, and that's just my personal feeling about it. I hope we can move on. I hope we can keep it positive. Okay, here we go. All right, Jackrabbit.
Here we go, Bob. Okay. First of all, if you'll recall, approximately 2 months ago, in fact, she was supposed to be up tonight, Cynthia Ritchie, she asked us, do we have a vision and what is our mission? Right? We all kind of got really quiet and said, The reality is, if you look at the classic definition of a vision and a mission and a strategy, what we're trying to do is execute our regulations as a function of strategy. But what is our vision? What is our mission? Is our vision to try and provide the community with, as our citizens, as much as we possibly can? Do we have a methodology for doing that? And that's the point I was attempting to make, Bob, is that, when even we had the discussion on the land regulations, the things that were being posted did not meet the classic definition of what is a vision and what is a mission. And I really think this exercise is worthy of it. And therefore we can share with the citizens what our expectations are. And part of that expectations, I really believe, we should be continuously reaching out, asking, what can we do better? Right? And so when I brought that up, I thought that was a core to one of the reasons why we were there, why we're all sitting in that town meeting, right? We didn't have to go that way. Nobody won on this deal at all. But if we had us taken the time out to just go through and create that vision and that mission, we would have acted differently. So that was the part of it that I had brought up. And it wasn't something that I hadn't already shared with this committee, right? And as I pointed out in the very beginning, I was speaking as a private citizen, not necessarily as a member who was coming forward with a message from this committee. I don't know of any company or any real group that doesn't have a vision and a mission, but we don't. And I think we need, as a team, to start thinking in terms of, how are we going to serve our citizens better? What is our vision? What is our mission? What are we going to do? My personal vision is we're going to be able to turn these conservation lands into something, a jewel for the town. So anyway, that's the reason why I said it. I certainly don't deny it, and I certainly don't feel bad about saying it and pointing it out. Thank you. You knew it had to, you couldn't. There you go. I've lowered my hand. Did anybody hear any of that?
We have a motion to adjourn.
I think
Second.
we have to ask for public comment from.
I'm
from
sorry.
the
I didn't ask for
public comment. Go ahead.
Oh, we have a member of the public, Katie. Let me unmute Katie.
Yeah, a pile of them.
Katie, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to say the silver lining of all of this, and I followed the hunting all along, and of course here everybody is at 11:20 at night, and everybody puts a lot of time into town government, and I don't think people on the flip side know that time. And so the silver lining that I just thought of listening to both sides is there's such high amount of participation in this topic, and I've seen that also with a couple other issues in town lately, like with water expansion. So I feel like it's, regardless of what's happening, it's just awesome to see high quantities of people participating. I think that leads to more and more people maybe noticing the time that goes in, or considering putting in their own time. So that's the silver lining I would leave everybody with, is there's been a high amount of participation, and I think that's really good. And thank you for all of your time, everybody on both sides of this, because it's certainly a topic like this takes up just as much time as, dozens of plans that you go through. So thank you and good night.
Thank you, Katie. Any other public comment? for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
So moved. Second.
Second, third.
Roll call vote. Ken Jones.
Aye.
Rich Birsch.
Aye.
Katie Childs.
Aye.
Carl Luck.
Aye.
Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
Jeff Viviano.
Aye.
Mike Roosh.
Aye.
Aye for myself. I will take and send out the amended things to everybody later tonight, and I will work to see what I can do to, and I'll see if I can do something so it references the two forms and the other regulations. But we can wordsmith that fine tune that, later on with the town attorney and possibly Carl. Take care and good evening.
Night, Bob. Thank
Aye.
you.
Night,
Okay.
guys, everybody.
Okay.
Thank you, Bob. Good night.
Wow.